Hey, welcome on in to a Wednesday night edition of BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. And our talking text line is 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. Well, the World Cup final is set. It is Spain against Argentina after another thrilling last-second comeback, not only in this tournament, which I think has been the greatest FIFA World Cup in history. You could say it's prisoner of the moment. You could say it's recency bias. I'm only 30. I didn't see what happened in 90 or whatever the hell years before I was born in 94. But, man, this tournament has been unbelievable. There has been last-second goals. There has been drama. There has been chaos. And so why not one more edition today in the semifinal, and hopefully we get a juicy final that is living up to the billing. We'll talk about Spain-Argentina, but first, Brad, holy smokes. Messi and Argentina, they perform one more spell of voodoo magic. They apply one more black magic spell. They carve up and they eke out a little bit more of snake blood or whatever the hell the term is. How the hell did they do it again? England had this game won. Argentina has now, in the last 4 games, had to survive the Cinderellas of the tournament, Cabo Verde in extra time. They had to come from 2-0 down in the last 15 minutes against Egypt. They had to survive Switzerland in extra time. And today they had to come from 1-0 down in the final 5-10 minutes against England. They get a goal in the 85th minute from Enzo Fernandez. And then, of course, cometh the hour, cometh the man, the greatest player of all time, the GOAT. He doesn't score it, but it's Messi's cross that is headed in by Lautaro Martinez. He scores the game winner for the second straight game for Argentina, and they come back from the dead one more time. One more time, we're going to celebrate. All right, stop the dancing. Man, a lot to take away, but there was a lot to get to in the history of this rivalry, why it was so chippy, why it was so tense and emotional. But, man, oh, man, just when you thought Argentina was dead, you can't kill them. You can't kill Messi. You can't kill Argentina. The reigning World Cup champions are back in the final, and they've got a chance to do what nobody has ever done before, win 4 straight major tournaments. They've won back-to-back Copa Americas. That is the tournament for all the South American teams. And now they're trying to win back-to-back World Cups and win 4 straight major tournaments. England, it's been 60 years since they won a major tournament, since they won the World Cup back in the 60s. They're going to have to wait at least another couple of years here. What a collapse. I blame their manager, Thomas Tuchel, but yet again, Brad, this World Cup delivers another epic finish.
Yeah, shout out to Dad Punk. A nice little poll there that you gave a little rendition of a second ago. Yeah, man, I think the thing immediately popped in my mind. Look, I wasn't watching hardly any of the game. I'm not the biggest soccer fan in the world by any stretch of the imagination. Extremely casual fan, to say the least. I was eating my pre-show meal in the kitchen. I pulled up the old Yahoo Sports app, and I was like, all right, I'm going to see what the score of this game is. Saw that England was up 1-0, and then my oldest son comes downstairs, who's 19 years old, and he goes, hey, Dad, you watch this soccer game? I'm like, no, but you want to turn it on? He goes, yeah. So he turns it on, and immediately he fires it up, and we see that equalizer to even up the score at 1 apiece, and then we just watched the last several minutes of the game, the extra time, the plus 9 minutes, that were tacked on. And you mentioned it, man, just the magical play of Messi. That pass that he had was unbelievable, on the money, header in the net. They go up 2-1, and that proved to be the difference. And first thing that popped in my mind is, people are going to, they always ask the questions in some of these high pressure moments. Does the clutch gene exist? Well, we got ample proof today. Messi certainly possesses it. It was up there with Tom Brady. It was up there with Michael Jordan. It was up there with some of the all-time great athletes who have delivered in the most pressure-packed situations. And now we kind of have a final that many, including our outstanding producer, Brandon Combs, have predicted. Argentina and Spain for the whole shebang. And look, I have no history. I have no analytical point of view when it comes to the background of the World Cup like you, even though I'm 48 years old, I got 18 years on you. I hardly ever watched any of these matches, but I can tell you this, these have been very compelling watches from the little action I have absorbed, including Team USA, of course, and make it to the knockout round. A lot of people exited, watching a lot of the World Cup games after Team USA was bounced from this tournament. But the matches continue to just be so engrossing, so enthralling, and such a tremendous watch, whether you're watching, the full spectrum of the pair of halves being played, including the bonus time, or if you're just like me, catching the last few minutes. But that was just magical stuff from Argentina today. And you mentioned at the background, of course, the rivalry with England, not only on the pitch, but historically, the Falkland Islands, still a bitter and terrible memory in the minds of many people in Argentina, and to a certain extent in England as well. So with that background, the historical, side of things, the geopolitical side of things, that played a factor into this. That has played a factor in some of the mammoth matches these two countries have played and gone head-to-head and locked those horns in the past. And this one absolutely delivered. It's going to be one of the most memorable, probably, World Cup games for both those countries, whether good or bad, maybe in the history of this generation.
Yeah, 310-840-4910, the number to join the show. Do you blame England, specifically their manager Thomas Tuchel, for the loss, or do you just have to give credit again and tip your cap to Messi and Argentina, who are simply unkillable? I mean, they really are unkillable. Yeah. Again, I mentioned the 4 matches they've played in the knockout stage. Half of them went to extra time. The other half, they were down, had to produce late comebacks, which they did, and Messi played a hand in all of them. Not only is he tied with Mbappe for the most goals here in the World Cup, and he's got one more chance to do that, although, the third place game that will count in case Mbappe scores. He could win the Golden Boot, which is the most goals at the World Cup, but Messi's got the one game that still matters left, and it's most likely going to be his final World Cup game of his Argentina career. He's nearly 40. He hasn't confirmed that he's going to retire. And the way that he plays, I mean, again, it's 4 years, so that's a lot to ask. But this is all most likely going to be his last World Cup game. And for a guy that had accomplished everything, and you could probably had already say he was the greatest player of all time back in 2022, before he won his first World Cup, wins the World Cup. Now he's got a chance to win it again, and being the best player in the tournament at this age. I still think Mbappe is the best player in the world, but because he's got youth on his side. But man, Messi has been the best player in this tournament, and he's got a chance to put a big, shiny gold bow on what has already been the greatest career of all time, and he's got a chance to win it again. I will give credit to Argentina because it takes 2 to tango. And, when we set up this debate, a lot of the times you want it to be all or nothing one way or another. I am going to give some credit to Argentina. They didn't give up. They've proven they can do this time and time and time again. They could have whipped in 1,000 crosses, just like when England played Mexico and England was down a man and Mexico whipped in 1,000 crosses, it felt like, in the final 20 minutes. And you never really got the sense that they were going to do any damage with it. Argentina, they did damage with their crosses, and they also hit the post twice. They could have ended up scoring 3 goals in the final 10 minutes. So again, their never say die attitude, the leadership from Messi, the adjustments that their manager Scaloni made, it all worked to perfection. That being said, when we put this on a scale, I think it is way heavier in the direction of blaming England. This was more of an England collapse than anything else, specifically their manager. Thomas Tuchel, who, again, is one of the regarded as the best managers in the world. His last 4 club teams that he managed was Dortmund in Germany, PSG in France, Chelsea in England, Bayern Munich in Germany. Those are 4 of the most iconic clubs in the world. He won major trophies at every single one of them. He won the Champions League with Chelsea, won the German title with Bayern Munich, and here he is with England, and they were 5 minutes plus stoppage time away from going to the World Cup final for the first time in 60 years. But it was his decisions. It was the way he managed this game. It's the reason they're going home. Again, Brad, think of it as playing prevent defense. And not only playing prevent defense, imagine playing prevent defense in midway through the third quarter. That is essentially what Thomas Tuchel and England did. They went 5 defenders at the back, and they basically, here's another soccer term, park the bus. That is essentially prevent defense. A lot of the times it works, but he did it so early. It was right around the 60-minute mark. You still had 30 minutes plus whatever stoppage time there ended up being, which you mentioned was 9 minutes. You nearly had 40 minutes of playing essentially prevent defense against this team. It's one thing to do it against Mexico. It's another thing to do it against Leo Messi and the reigning World Cup champions in Argentina. You just invited pressure. You basically sat back and you said, all right, this is the biggest 30 minutes of our lives. Let's play not to lose. 5 defenders at the back that early, parking the bus. That was a recipe for a disaster, and you got exactly what you asked for. They let Argentina whip in cross after cross after cross, invited pressure. Messi went out on the right wing. He's getting one-on-one opportunities. You're asking to get burned. So when you play with fire and you get burned, it's your fault. It's Thomas Tuchel's fault that England lost this. I don't know if he's going to get fired over this. Again, he's only been in charge of the team since last year, so this was his first major tournament. Getting to the World Cup semifinals is a pretty damn big accomplishment. But then to be in this position, to be just minutes away from going to the World Cup final and knocking out the reigning World Cup champs, and not only minutes away, but 30 minutes away, and you decide to essentially go prevent defense, that is inexcusable. That is completely inexcusable, Brad. Again, I ask you, imagine going in the Super Bowl or in the conference championship if the Seahawks were up by a touchdown, because, again, it's hard to quantify how big is a goal lead.
Yeah, it's one goal.
Say they're up a touchdown,
Sure.
Maybe they're up by 10, and they're playing prevent defense in the middle of the third quarter against Matthew Stafford and the Rams offense. What would your reaction be to that if the Rams then came back and won?
Well, utterly dumbfounded that they would institute such a strategy. That park bus essentially shifted into reverse and then flattened everybody on that England team. I mean, it's inexcusable that they would implement that kind of schematic, and it blew up right in their face. I mean, you want to stay on the attack still until considerably deeper into the match. I mean, it's only 1-0. And you're right. The quantification is hard to, equate to an American sport that we all know and love, like the NFL or maybe college basketball, the NBA, or whatever it may be. Even hockey is a little bit different. But it's still the slimmest of margins, right? It's 1 goal. And we've seen a number of teams be able to conquer such a slim margin very late in contests and some of the tight action throughout this entire World Cup, especially Argentina, with arguably the best player in the world, despite his advanced age and being long in the tooth, and Messi. So, yeah, it was idiotic. It was moronic. And I agree that he has got to absorb and take all the ridicule in the world, England's coach, for implementing such a stupid tactic in that instance. So that is the reason why, and I think you make a very strong argument. England, they were the ones who received the sword instead of plunging it into the Argentinian team. Unreal.
310-840-4910. Do you blame England? Do you think this was a collapse? Do you blame their manager? Or again, do you have to give credit for Argentina from taking it from them? I'm blaming Thomas Tuchel. I'm blaming England. That's probably the best analysis and the best comparison I can give you. Playing prevent defense when you're up by at most 10 points in a football game, and you're playing prevent defense in the middle of the third quarter against the reigning champions, against the greatest of all time. You're asking for disaster. And here's the thing too. It's not like England got a lucky goal, and it's not like Argentina was the better team until the final 20 minutes. England, it was it was somewhat 50-50, but kind of the flow of the game favored England. They had created more chances in the first hour. They got a beautiful goal from Anthony Gordon off a great cross from Morgan Rogers. And immediately after they scored that goal, where they had created more chances, Argentina in the first half didn't have a shot on target. They only had 2 shots. And so England scores that goal and immediately retreated. Immediately the thinking was, all right, we got the 1 goal. That has to be enough. We have to retreat. We have to park the bus. Go out and get a second. We talk about it all the time. You want to kill the king? You want to take the crown? You've got to bury them. England never even threatened to score a second goal. Never even tried to after they scored that first one. Just really dumbfounding, blasphemous decision for them. And Argentina dominated them. Again, like I said, it is one thing because it was a similar game against Mexico. And in that one, England was down to 10 players. So it was even, it was more rational for them to try to park the bus. You're down a man. You're playing Mexico on the road. Can you survive an onslaught of crosses from a team that doesn't have a great offense? They did. They also had a huge size advantage. Argentina had bigger attacking players. They got their defenders into the box. And again, you're dealing with crosses from Leo Messi and world-class attackers. You just simply cannot believe that you're going to sustain that kind of pressure and not try to push back and hit on legitimate counterattacks and expect to win. And they got dominated. And I mean, again, I think they're fortunate that they only lost 2-1, even though they had a 1-0 lead with 85 minutes off the clock, because Argentina hit the post 2 other times. They easily could have scored 3. Yeah. Hell, they probably could have scored 4 if there was another few minutes. But man, that is going to be one that the folks across the pond are never going to forget. I am going to be, I got to admit, Brad, I am very happy I don't have to hear freaking Wonderwall by Oasis anymore. Thank God, the insufferable singing of that song. So yeah, sing a different song now. Maybe what's the other one by Oasis? Don't Cry Because It's Over. Whatever the hell name of that song is.
Don't Look Back in Anger.
Yeah, Don't Look Back in Anger. Well, they're going to be looking back in anger. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, they will.
That is for damn sure. But from a player standpoint, Jude Bellingham had a chance to really, really put his stamp on this game and outplay Messi. He had a great tournament. He didn't really do much. Harry Kane, one of the best strikers in the world, didn't really do much. When you needed somebody to step forward and claim this game, it was Leo Messi at the ripe age of 39 years old, who not only got the assist on the first goal, he gets the critical assist on the game winner. And you ask the reigning champions to basically come in and have as many shots and as many chances in the final 15, 20 minutes of the game as England did. There's a reason that they're going to be playing now in the 3rd place game on Saturday. So just a really, really disastrous performance from England in the last 25 minutes of this game.
By the way, Wonderwall's still a banger. I'm sorry. I was walking over from the gym today. It popped up on my phone, and I cranked it. I sang along. I thoroughly enjoy it. I would, I absolutely love to see Oasis live in concert. I mean, the Gallagher brothers got back together recently, and they went on tour. I missed it, and I sorely regret it. They still kick ass. They still rock. So that's blasphemous that you're throwing out to me. Your utter, the hatred of Wonderwall, because that song still kicks ass.
I mean, look, is it a good song? Is it a great song? Yes, it definitely is. I don't know, man. Sometimes I try not to be the fun police. It was just cringy for me. And that, again, I'm an American. I'm not from England.
I get it.
So, but and they're not singing it tonight. That's for damn sure. You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. We'll spin it forward in a little bit. Talk about now Spain versus Argentina, World Cup final on Sunday. Who we're picking, what to look for in that match. Couple of days away, though, so still soaking in what was another incredible comeback and orchestrated once again by the GOAT, Leo Messi, as Argentina comes back to stun England and knock them out and move on to the World Cup final. We'll take your thoughts, your calls, your texts on the game when we return. 310-840-4910. We'll also get into some good, juicy football topics when we come back as well. So just getting rolling here on a Wednesday. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
Spain, thus far, in 7 games, have conceded 1 goal. Just one. Just one. And it's not like they are shutting out curtain-jerking jabroni countries here. Cape Verde didn't score against them. And you might think, well, Cape Verde like almost beat Argentina or almost took Argentina to penalties and drew Uruguay 2-2. Cape Verde couldn't score, couldn't sniff a goal against Spain. Saudi Arabia doesn't score against Spain. Okay, we can say Saudi Arabia, kind of a curtain-jerking jabroni soccer country. I understand. Uruguay, desperate in its final game to get out of the group stage, no goals against Spain. Then in the knockout round, Austria scored goals in the group stage, right? Shut out, 3-0. Then Portugal, with all its attacking talent fronted by Cristiano Ronaldo, clean sheet, shut out by Spain. The only team that has scored on Spain is Belgium, which if you're American, and I think the vast majority of the audience is, probably makes you feel a little better about the way that game went, right, with Belgium and the United States. Belgium gave Spain the best game Spain has had in the World Cup. Makes you feel a little bit better if you're an American soccer fan. And then the piece de resistance, the cherry on top of the sundae, France, 0 goals yesterday. If Spain win to 0 on Sunday, which you have to think is the most likely outcome, right? Whether it's England or Argentina, Spain's probably going to win the game 1-0. Like, that's the most likely, in my estimation, the most likely outcome. We can say that 2026 Spain, the reigning European champions, Spain, are the 1985 Chicago Bears, the 2000 Baltimore Ravens. This is the Legion of Boom Seattle Seahawks. This is one of the great defenses, if not the greatest defense in the history of international football, of international soccer. Like, that's how good this is. Not an exaggeration, not an overstatement, not hyperbole. The numbers show it, and the eye test show it. This is like the opposite of Jaylen Brown. Like, you watch Jaylen Brown, and he's great. And then the numbers tell you he sucks, and you think, well, how could this be possible? This is the opposite of that. This is, you watch Spain play, and you think, oh my God, this defense is impenetrable. And then you look at the numbers, and the numbers tell you the same thing. So this is just, it's unbelievable what Spain have been able to accomplish. There is a bull case to be made on the Giants, and the case is, threefold. One, it's really twofold. You can make a case it's threefold. One, John Harbaugh instills a level of competency that has not been seen for a long time. That's their bet. Two, Jackson Dart takes the leap, capital T, capital L. Can definitely happen. Can also not happen, but it could. And three, like Malik Neighbors is good to go, and the Dart to Neighbors connection becomes the linchpin of this Giants offense. You take Neighbors out of the equation. It hurts Dart. It hurts the entire team. And I kind of believe right now, and it's only July 15th, so there's a lot of time for this to get sorted out. It feels like at the moment, there's a little too much optimism around the Giants. Because again, without Neighbors, how the hell are they moving the football? With Matt Nagy calling the plays.
Come on,
What a
Pat.
shocker. What a shocker. Lee, our guy in the Westwood One studios,
Crushing
paying
it.
attention. Pushing the right buttons, literally and metaphorically. Comes back with Wonderwall by Oasis after I was saying, thank God I didn't have to hear the Brits sing that again. Look, I like the song. It's a great song. I just couldn't stand watching the England players, sing, sing with us. Oh, the entire crowd. Oh, sing with us. Oh, it's so emotional and beautiful. Shut up. Now, as they say, now you're done and dusted. You're going home with nothing. Now you can sing Don't Look Back in Anger, even though that's probably the opposite of how they're feeling right now.
Yeah.
Welcome back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show. Any of your World Cup semifinal thoughts after another Argentina comeback stunner, knocking out England, 2 goals in the final 5 minutes to win it 2-1. They're playing Spain in the World Cup final on Sunday. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. Let's talk some football here, Brad. Now let's talk some New York football Giants. We got a World Cup final coming up on Sunday. I sure as hell hope there's going to be a lot of important Giants football games on Sundays at MetLife Stadium this year. And a lot of them that would include, if not all of them, that would include Malik Neighbors, the wide receiver who had an unbelievable rookie season, and then last year was on pace to once again have a tremendous season and tore his ACL in the 4th game of the season. And you would think, all right, it's a big blow, and it kind of greased the wheels for what was again another disappointing New York Giants season. But Daniel Jones tears his Achilles in December. He's going to be fine. He'll be fine. Mahomes tears his ACL towards the end of the season. Mahomes is going to be fine. Neighbors tears his ACL. He's 23, 24 years old in the end of September, week 4. We still don't know if Malik Neighbors is going to be back on the field by week 1. Had to have a second procedure due to some knee stiffness a couple of months ago. That really sent me into a dark space. But I kind of still believe Malik Neighbors is going to be ready by week 1. And we finally got some new insights here, Brad, on the Giants' third-year receiver from head coach John Harbaugh. He's with Dominique Foxworth on ESPN and said Neighbors will work his way into practice when training camp starts, quote, one way or another, end quote. Now, Harbaugh added that Neighbors is on schedule and is getting better every day, but we're really going to find out for sure in the next 10 days when the New York Giants report to training camp. Is Malik Neighbors going to be on the PUP list, the physically unable to perform, or is he going to be on the practice field, albeit definitely a limited capacity? But what if Neighbors is on the PUP list or not? That is really going to give us our first real indication when we're about 45 days away from opening night in week 1, just how truly far away he really is. So, again, going to work his way into practice when training camp starts one way or another. Well, I hope, whatever way it is, I hope his ass is on the field in week 1. Otherwise, that is just going to be an ominous tone for how this season is going to go. I got to be honest.
Yeah, look, it's a very vague statement, one way or another. I mean, he could be standing over there on the sidelines. It could be absorbing all the different iterations of the playbook. And maybe they're installing some of the new plays that are out there, being more or less an observational learner. He could also be a guy just working independently on the side, doing some light stretching, some light running, that kind of stuff. I mean, you saw him. There was like a celebrity softball game that went down, I think, for charity with a bunch of Giants players. Cam Scattaboo, it was making the rounds on social media and went viral. He was doing like backflips as he was touching home plate. He was A-okay coming off his gruesome injury. But Neighbors, when you saw him play in that game, trying to jog to first base, a little gingerly, not exactly 100% healthy. And that was about 3-4 weeks ago. My guess is, Pat, he is going to begin training camp on the PUP list. But if you begin camp on the PUP list, that doesn't mean you have to stay on the PUP list all the way through the first 4 weeks of the regular season. During training camp and the exhibition season, you can come off the PUP list at any given moment in time. So I think they're going to, play this with a slow hand as they should. Make sure he comes back and is going to be ready to, fire on cylinders. Is going to be able to perform at or near 100%. But what is promising is that they didn't, immediately eliminate the possibility that he could start training camp on time and not on the PUP list. So I think, reading between the lines, my belief, my gut feeling is you're going to see Neighbors at some point during training camp in Pats. I don't think he's going to be working independently on the side the entire time. I don't think he's going to be on the PUP list the entire time at all. I don't think he is going to be like, encased in some sort of body wrap or on a bus or whatever, getting medical treatment all the time. I think he is going to be pads at some juncture during training camp. And, we'll see if he plays at all in the exhibition season. I don't think that really matters. All that matters is what you brought up. Is he going to be available in week 1? Is there going to be a snap limitation if he is available in week 1? And tying this back to what we're all thinking about, at least I am right now, in fantasy football, is average draft position is at 31.06 in drafts conducted since July 1st. That's why we're wide receiver 13 overall. If Neighbors were 100%, you could probably slice that in half. His ADP be probably somewhere in the middle of the second round, maybe around pick 15, 16 overall. He'd probably be wide receiver 6, wide receiver 7 off the board. Getting this kind of bit of good news, if you want to call it that, I think is going to raise his value in early draft. So a guy that you were getting in round 4 of a lot of best ball exercises. I was, in the Scott Fish draft over the last about week. I took him in round 4 of a 12-team exercise. I felt, somewhat confident to take him at that point because I was able to pair him with Jackson Dart and get that nice giant stack in place. But now you're probably going to have to spend round 3 draft capital to get him. And if we get another bit of good news here the next few days when training camps really start rocking and rolling for all the teams in the NFL, you're probably going to be looking at a round 2 pick after all. So again, I got to take everything with a giant grain of salt, maybe the entire mine of salt. We don't really know. We're not doctors. We're not medical experts here. We're just reading based on the facts that are presented to us, based on the information that we are taking in right now. But he seems to be trending in a positive direction. And I pray, you pray as a Giants fan, we're going to see Malik Neighbors on the field uninhibitedly week 1.
Yeah, I sure hope so. I sure freaking hope so. Otherwise, it's going to be another depressing fall, as it's been for like the last decade for Giants fans. And I can't, I am bitter and I'm angry. And I was going to say, you can't change what happened. I wish I could change what happened. It just blows my mind how a seemingly routine ACL surgical procedure for everybody else in the last, 10 years seemingly goes off without a hitch. No problem. Again, Daniel Jones tore his Achilles. It used to be a career ender in December. And he's apparently going to be ready to go for week 1. Neighbors tears ACL in week 4. He's basically got 10 months to be fully ready. and he has to have the cleanup procedure in the spring. There's reports of a lot of stiffness, and I try not to listen to anything he even says because I don't know if he's trying to play coy or whatnot, but he's like, yeah, I don't know, but we'll see. And it's like, oh man, when he says that, that's what really puts me in a real dark space of thinking about what this season could look like. So I wish I could change it. We can't. Here's where we're at. Here's the thing that I just hope the Giants get right. I hope that they do know what the actual timetable is, and I hope that they, as much as I want to see him on the field in week 1, I hope he's not rushed back. I hope they're doing everything that they should be with him, and the medical team is doing everything they should be with him. And if he's going to be on a limited, very easing him into training camp, that's fine. If he ends up having to be on a pitch count in week 1 and week 2, that's fine as well. The worst thing possible is if Neighbors comes back and re-injures his knee in any kind of capacity, and then all of a sudden we're talking about going from a guy that's breaking Giants rookie records to now just a year and a half later, we're wondering, is the best of this guy's career already over because he tore his ACL and he seemingly can't recover from it? That's what I'm worried about, as I'm sure is everybody when a young star player gets injured, right?
Yeah, you're precisely right. And, the other downside here is being a diehard Giants fan that you are. The first 2 games this season are rough. And you open up with a bang against one of your arch rivals, the Dallas Cowboys, there at the Meadowlands. That's a massive game. You want to start the season off on a very right foot, and you really want to start it off with a intra-divisional win against a team that I think is going to be much improved in Big D. And then you follow up with a team that I feel has a shot to go completely unblemished, absolutely undefeated, and you got to go out to the left coast to make that cross-continental flight to play them in the LA Rams. And then you get the softball matchup, a pair of them after, actually 3 in a row after that, with Tennessee at home, Arizona at home, and then at the Commanders in week 5. I think realistically, the Giants, assuming that Neighbors get back on the field, they're going to start the season at least at 3-2. Best case scenario, I think, is 4-1. I would be utterly shocked. It would be jarring if they were unblemished for the first 5 weeks because they have to have that road trip to the LA Rams. They're probably going to be, 10.5 point dogs in that game. Look, I believe in the development of Jackson Dart, but you look at the WR2 and WR3 on this roster right now, it's Darnell Mooney and it's Darius Slayton. Isaiah likely could benefit if Malik Neighbors were sidelined or limited the first couple of weeks of the season. I love that guy's skill set. Of course, a lot of experience with Harbaugh during his days in Baltimore. Really a glorified slot weapon. And, of course, Jackson Dart threw a ton of passes, oodles of passes to Wan'Dale Robinson operating the slot last year. And, of course, they're going to lean on as well that 1-2 punch of Cam Scatterbo and Tyrone Tracy to begin the season. So all hope isn't lost if Neighbors is not in uniform the first couple of weeks. But ideally, you at least like to split those matches between the Cowboys and the Rams to begin your 2026 campaign.
Yeah, and look, I mean, I can't watch another loss to the Cowboys on opening night. I can't do it. I can't do it. The Giants haven't won a meaningful football game against the Cowboys in a decade. In a decade. The Cowboys have won 16 straight meaningful games against the Giants. The Giants' only 2 wins against the Cowboys since 2017. Both of them came in the final game of the season. Both teams were mathematically eliminated from the playoffs, including the one that we saw in January, where I couldn't even tell you who the hell was on the field for the Cowboys. So I can't, Brad, I can't do it. I can't Sunday night to open the season. I can't watch.
Come on, Neighbors!
I can't watch them get lambasted. So again, it's middle of July, and I'm saying play it safe. Make sure he's ready to go for week 1, even if that means a pitch count. And I know by the time we get to that week, I'm going to be saying Neighbors better be playing 70 snaps. But it's just frustrating as all hell, man. Again, for an injury that seems so recoverable nowadays with modern medicine and what we've seen. And again, I'm seeing Daniel Jones, torn Achilles, coming back. Mahomes tears ACL in one of the last weeks of the season. He's going to be back, no problem. And Malik Neighbors at the ripe age of, 22, 23. And we're still having issues coming off a torn ACL from the end of September of last year. But That's the situation we're in. And like you said, that's the situation fantasy players are in, as you've got to monitor this. The later your draft, honestly, might be the better if you're looking to get Malik Neighbors on your team. You might have to pay a more premium price, but at least you hopefully have some more concrete evidence and knowledge of when he's going to be ready and how many snaps he's going to play to start the year. 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll do a little fade or follow. We'll talk some season-long props for some other star players. And we will debate, Brad and I. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
It was my very first total play of the year, and I bought it back in, I think, March, which was under 8.5, under 9 is what I bought it back then. I am not a believer in what's about to happen this season. I think that
he's going to get fired if they win 8 games, right?
I think he might get fired before they get to the 8 games. I'd have to go check his contract status and kind of check in with some of the talking heads you and I talk with that are on the beat report about what his contract situation is if Alabama will try to get out of it. But it's not. I think Kalen DeBoer stepped into a situation that most of us don't really see from the high level view, which is Alabama didn't really have an NIL program and they didn't really have any money when he got there, and there were a lot of kids taking a Saban discount, and that affects who you can grab in the portal. It affects the money that you have. We had to let Ryan Grubb go to the NFL. Now he's back calling plays, but then Ryan Williams, your star wide receiver, who should be as good as Jeremiah Smith, just absolutely disappears from the entire season. Is he going to show up this year? Other problems for Alabama. They didn't have a running game last year. They have less than the running game that they had last year going into this season without Jam Miller coming back. And so if you can't run the ball and you're reliant on a passer and you think Keelan Russell is going to save you, you need an offensive line to at least protect a little bit. So the defense isn't going to be as good. The offense doesn't have a running game still. And now, instead of Ty Simpson, we don't have a proven quarterback, and we're going into another quarterback battle with, a 5-star kid that doesn't have any experience, or Austin Mack, who's been in the Ryan Grubb program for 5-6 years and still can't get a start. So I'm really down on Alabama. And the schedule is, look, if you look at the teams on this schedule, right? First off, South Carolina, Lenore Sellers, they play they will put a bruising on you every week, no matter if you win that
Sellers
game or not.
is an NFL quarterback also. Sellers is going to get drafted early next year.
Oh, if he played for Alabama, I wouldn't be having this conversation about an under. But Mississippi State is going to be improved. Georgia is where they are. Tennessee is improved. Texas A&M is going to be, same level. Like this schedule, and then we talk about November 7th against LSU. This schedule is brutal. It's nasty. So I don't want anything to do with Alabama. It's an under for me.
It literally put me to sleep last night. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game is the cure for insomnia. We've cracked it. If you're out there and you've got trouble falling asleep, if you're up, this is should be like an infomercial. We need the fine print on the screen underneath me. Some cheesy, let's do some remix of some song from the 70s. Gotta go to sleep. I'm really tired tonight. This is it. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game could not be more boring. There's less than no juice. There is a glass, and in the glass, there could be juice. In this glass, not only is there no juice, but there's dust at the bottom of it. And I don't understand, and I say this about many different broadcasts of many different events. Why can't it just be sports? Why can't we just do sports? Why do we need a concert in between multiple innings of the Midsummer Classic. What a joke. You know what the Midsummer Classic actually is? Me having a beer sitting outside when it's 75 degrees at 7:30 at night, when it's still light out. That's the Midsummer Classic. You know what the Midsummer Classic is? The first day of NFL training camp. That's the Midsummer Classic. Do you know what the Midsummer Classic is? NBA free agency. That's the Midsummer Classic. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game puts you to sleep. It's horrific. And people want to bash the Home Run Derby. The Home Run Derby, I mean, you can't compare these two events. You can't compare them. This is like Breaking Bad Season 1 versus the final season. One can put you to sleep. The other is a thrill ride. White knuckle. You're watching, you're entertained throughout. You can't compare them. It sucks.
Welcome on back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood on Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text, 310-840-4910. All right, Brad, let's, again, you and I dying, starving, itching for football. We are 2 days away from the Seahawks rookies reporting from training camp. We are less than 2 weeks from everybody, rookies and vets, being in training camp. And so we're continuing to try to scratch that itch here. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at some season-long props for some star players? Why don't we do a little fade or follow, shall we? What do you say?
Twist my arm, will you, Pat? Of course I want to play fade or follow.
All right, so pretty easy premise, right? We're going to use lines from our friends at BetMGM. Season-long player props are out for just about most star players in the NFL this year. And so we'll give the player, we'll give the prop, we'll give the price with our friends at BetMGM, and you and I will debate whether or not we're going over or under. So let's start with a guy that you and I both had as the number 10 quarterback in the NFL yesterday, and that is Brock Purdy from the San Francisco 49ers. His passing touchdowns this year, 27.5. With our friends at BetMGM. Last year, Brock Purdy in 9 games threw for 20. In 2024, in 15 games, he threw for 20. In 2023, in 16 games, he threw for 31. So you get that sandwich here, a little bit more towards his best year in 2023. 27.5, Brad. Are you going over or under for Mr. Purdy?
And he's so Purdy. Yeah, this is a really good number. 27.5. I mean, I am straddling the fence. There are splinters in my keister, mi amigo. But I gotta fade him. I'm gonna live in the land down under on Brock Purdy, 27.5 passing touchdowns, because shiver me timbers. I think Captain Hook could come into play here. I think it could be exactly 27 TDs, assuming a 17-game slate. You look at Purdy last season, a guy, again, that was number 2 among eligible quarterbacks at adjusted completion percentage. He was number 1 in deep ball completion percentage, and not too shabby, number 13 in red zone completion percentage. Guy, it's really accurate. He got some turnover with the weaponry. Mike Evans, my cousin, now in town, a little bit long in the tooth, but a guy who can still get it done, especially inside the red zone. George Kittle. I got some good news today. Looks like he's trending to be available coming off the Achilles injury in week 1. Rather stunning there. Obviously, he was limited with his shoulder setback last season, but when he got Christian McCaffrey, hopefully Ricky Pearsall can stay upright and avoid the injury imp. He got Christian Kirk along with Kittle and Evans. I know he's got the 4th most difficult, though, strength of schedule for a fantasy quarterback that plays a factor. Again, this is going to be a sweat, but I do like the under barely on Brock Purdy on 27.5 passing touchdowns.
Yeah, I'm going over. I'm going over if I had to pick one here on Purdy. And like you said, it is a really good number because you look at the historical data here from Purdy. 20 last year in only 9 games. That put him on a pace. If he played 17, he's throwing for nearly 40. The year before that was when all the injuries, and the bleep hit the fan for the Niners. He's thrown to a bunch of backups and they didn't play well, and he only throws for 20. The year before that, his first full year as a starter, he throws for 31. So, where it's like pick or choose here. If you're going off the historical data, I'm looking at this season. You mentioned the schedule. Yes, it is the 4th most difficult for a quarterback fantasy football wise. Again, the NFC West, he does have to play the Rams twice. He's got to play the Seahawks twice. He also gets to play the Cardinals twice. They get to play the Dolphins in week 2. That defense is going to be terrible. I think the Commanders' defense is going to be terrible. Or they play them in week 6. Raiders in week 9. The Cowboys' defense, even if they make some strides, you can throw on them. So as many difficult challenges as there are this year for Brock Purdy and the 49ers, there is also a lot of spots where he could easily spin 3 touchdowns in 4 or 5 games this season. So you mentioned the weapons. That's the other big part of it. McCaffrey, the best pass-catching running back still in the NFL, and how many times he could take it to pay dirt on his own. You got an incredible red zone threat in Mike Evans, which, again, we're not talking about yards, we're talking about touchdowns. I still think there's not a whole lot of receivers I'd rather have throwing in the red zone than Mike Evans. Kittle, future Hall of Famer. And it really comes down to then what can you get? What kind of production do you get from Ricky Pearsall, Christian Kirk, who they just brought in, some of the younger guys as well. Demarcus Robinson is coming back. So I'll go over. We know Kyle Shanahan's offense. It is a lot of those passing, those crossers over the middle. Purdy has proven that he can be pretty damn effective at doing so. And so I think this is going to be a pretty damn good Niners offense. I'm going over with Brock Purdy. All right, let's go to Derrick Henry. Is it going to be another big usage season for Derrick Henry, or does the age start to catch up to him here? 12.5 rushing touchdowns is the number with our friends at BetMGM. Brad, over or under that for King Henry?
Oh, the football Frankenstein? Seahole Smashhole. Oh, he is going to flatten fools as he always does. Give me the over on Derrick Henry. 12.5 rushing touchdowns at a -105. He's gone 16-16 back-to-back seasons with the Ravens. Middle of the pack, strength of schedule for fantasy football purposes at number 14. Nothing too intimidating there. Offensive line does have some questions, but I think he's going to get that lucky number 13 number, a guy that's still a break tackle machine. He was number 3 last season as well in total red zone touches, seeing over 71% of the opportunity share, number 3 knack per attempt, number 19 in missed tackles forced. He will be a monster, as he always is. I know he's getting a little bit older, but I can't fade Derrick Henry. I'm only going to follow him on that over 12.5 rushing TDs.
I am going to fade Derrick Henry. I hate to do it. 16 touchdowns last year, 16 touchdowns the year before that. 12, 13, and 10 his last 3 years in Tennessee. Here's the thing for me. Baltimore, I think they're really going to feel the loss of Tyler Linderbaum at center, and I really feel like they're going to feel the loss of their fullback, Pat Ricard, who are both human battering rams for Derrick Henry. So, again, he's still great. Does the age maybe start to catch up to him a little bit? Perhaps. Again, if not for that 4-touchdown performance in week 17 against Green Bay, now that alone got him over what would have been if it was 12.5 last year. I'm not sure he'll get so lucky this year. I'm going to go under on King Henry. Let's hit one more here in 30 seconds or less. Your guy, Roma Dunze of the Bears, over or under 7.5 receiving touchdowns. Brad, what do you say?
Under comfortably. I think he's only going to have maybe 5, maximum of 6. He's got a bum heel. Luther Burton's going to be the WR1 in this offense. He's got the 4th most difficult fantasy wide receiver overall strength of schedule. Not exactly a premier red zone target. 7.5? This is crazy. This is nonsense. Way under on Roma Dunze.
Yeah, I agree. I think the heel might be something as well that just doesn't go away all that easily. 6 touchdowns last year for him. He did miss 5 games, but I'm going to go under as well here. If he gets 8, then so be it. I know Combs will be the first one to tell us. All right, we'll take a short break. 310-840-4910, the number to join the show. Speaking of Combs, we've got producer Brandon Combs in the mix. Do a little hot or cold when we return. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
is the holdup. Like, you've got two teams that basically have to pause everything they're doing because the NBA doesn't have its ducks in a row here. Like, this is an embarrassment. Why can't they figure this out? And does it mean that Kawhi's going to get suspended? I don't know the answer to that question. It doesn't feel great, right? The fact that the trade's on pause right now. Who the hell knows? Is the trade going to get, like, not vetoed, but reneged? Is that what's going to happen here? And Kawhi's going to be back on the Clippers? And the Raptors are going to get their players back and get their picks back? Like, what's happening here? Like, does no one think this is embarrassing for the NBA, that this is dragged out this long? And that this is now going to impact potentially this season because something that came out before last season hasn't been figured out yet. Let's get it figured out by the end of the summer. Come on, man. Like, these are the kind of things, and I love the NBA, and you know I love the NBA. You can tell, right? I love talking about it. I love watching it. These are the kind of things when Adam Silver does and says, where you're just like, dude, are you in over your head? Are you running a tight ship here? September. Pablo Torre found out 10 months ago. The NBA hasn't found out yet. The NBA hasn't found out yet. We don't know if the Clippers lied. We don't know if Kawhi's lying. We don't know if this trade's going to go through. It's July 15th. Like, the season starts in a couple months. When are we going to know?
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Hump Day Wednesday night show kicks off right now. And you could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Talking text line to join the show, 310-840-4910. Great first hour. Talked about another of England's long line of just disastrous losses at the World Cup. And this time, with just minutes to go, they collapsed, folded like cheap lawn chairs, and it was another incredible comeback, stunning, jaw-dropping win for Leo Messi and Argentina. The reigning World Cup champions come from 1-0 down in the 85th minute, score 2 goals in 6 minutes, and win 2-1. They knock out England. Messi, in what is probably going to be his final World Cup, has a chance to go back-to-back on Sunday when Argentina take on Spain in the World Cup final. Brad and I talked about it. You want to make the comparison to football, our football, the NFL? What England did, what their manager Thomas Tuchel did, is essentially play prevent defense in the middle of the third quarter. The 60-minute mark, he brings in a fifth defender and he parks the bus and just invites all the pressure imaginable. And England finally, they snapped. They folded like those cheap lawn chairs, giving up not 1, but 2 goals in the span of 6 minutes. They're going home. Well, they're going to Miami to play the third place game against France on Saturday. And Argentina is going to MetLife Stadium in New Jersey on Sunday to play Spain. So any of your thoughts on that? 310-840-4910. We did a little fade or follow last segment as well. Coming up in 15 minutes, Brad and I ranked our top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL yesterday. That was some good stuff. That was some fiery debate. Today, we're going to rank our top 10 running backs. So that's coming up next segment. Can't wait for that. In just over an hour from now, we're going to talk some Chargers football with Shannon Farron, who is their sideline reporter and also the host on Gary and Shannon on iHeartRadio. So very pumped and excited for that as we continue our 3-point stance on all 32 NFL teams throughout the offseason. But why don't we kick off hour 2? Why don't we get a little hot or cold going here, Brad? What do you say? A little hot or cold?
I am absolutely game for that because we get to hear the dulcet tones of one Brandon Combs.
Yes, well, before we hear from Combs, this from our friends first at BetMGM. Golf's final major is here. Grab The Open Championship Odds Boost token and make every shot count. Activate your token on any qualifying Open Championship wager, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. From the opening tee shot to the final putt, get closer to the action with BetMGM. And I'll talk a little Open Championship later on in the show, give you my thoughts, my previews, my prediction. Does Scotty Scheffler repeat? Does Rory win it for the first time in 12 years? Any of the other Brits or the Englishmen, any of those other chaps have a chance to win it? We'll talk the Open as it does start very bright and early tomorrow morning. All right, Combs, a little hot or cold? What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Good, boys. It's been a great afternoon. Got to watch some Argentina because, I said Spain, Argentina in the final, and I'm a soccer know-it-all. I know everything about the game. I know all the players. I knew exactly what I was talking about when I said it was going to be Spain and Argentina in the final.
And when did you say that? Yesterday?
Monday.
Okay, so you got both semifinals correct. Very good. Yeah. Very good. My bracket was nearly perfect, and I did have Spain over England in the final, so I was a bit disappointed in terms of my bracket was looking nearly perfect, but we digress.
Yeah. Hey, it happens. It can, and not everybody can be right. It's not a thing for everybody. All right, you guys ready for some hot or cold?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Speaking of not right, Brad had a list yesterday. That's for sure.
I did.
Sam Darnold will have a better statistical season than Drake May. Hot or cold, Brad?
This is Antarctic kind of cold, man. I have no idea why on earth you feel that Sam Darnold and Drake May belong in the same sentence in this same instance. Drake May is going to obliterate him in terms of total production. Really, for one reason only. He runs. And he runs effectively and quite well. He's probably going to run for north of 500 yards, have at least 3 or 4, maybe upwards of 5 rushing touchdowns. Oh, I'll even say this. I think he's going to throw for nearly the same number of passing yards, but he is going to best Sam Darnold by 3 to 5 passing touchdowns now that he has A.J. Brown in tow. this is not remotely an argument. Sam Darnold's got to have a better statistical season than Drake made. Ice cold.
I completely disagree. And Brad, one of your big argument points there was that Drake May now has A.J. Brown. I mean, let's not forget Sam Darnold's got the reigning offensive player of the year that he's throwing footballs to in Jackson Smith and Jigba. You know, and what do we, how do we quantify a better statistical season? Because you do go back to last year. Drake May had 350 more passing yards, and he also had 6 more passing touchdowns. So, but
what about the rushing stats, Pat?
Yeah, and on top of that, Drake May 450 rushing yards and 4 touchdowns. Darnold didn't have a single rushing touchdown, less than 100 yards. Okay. It's a decent point. But then we saw what happened in the playoffs. We saw what happened in the Super Bowl. And again, for me, it's the fact that the Patriots played one of the all-time cupcake schedules. That ain't happening again this year. And yes, the Seahawks might no longer have Kenneth Walker, but JSN is still there. The tight ends are still there. Cooper Kupp and Rashid Shaheed still there. I expect Charbonnet to hold down the run game whenever he's healthy. And I know you love Jadarian Price from Notre Dame. I love Jadarian Price from Notre Dame. So as long as the run game is somewhat competent, you still have all that play action. And again, I know a new offensive coordinator as well in Fleury, as Clint Kubiak took the job with the Raiders. But I still think Darnold's going to have a better statistical season than Drake May because, most importantly, the Patriots actually have to play some real teams this year. And even with A.J. Brown coming to town, that ain't going to change things for me. It's hot. Darnold will have a better statistical season than Drake May.
Oh,
yeah. Look, Pat hit the nail on the head. Not only do the Patriots have to play a schedule, but the Seahawks and Sam Darnold did that last year where you were putting out the numbers there. And yes, there was slightly more passing yards, a couple more touchdowns, and all of that stuff for Drake May over Sam Darnold last year. But Sam Darnold did that against really tough opponents, while Drake May did it against the third easiest schedule in NFL history. I don't think you're going to get that repeat performance. I think the New England Patriots are going to take a huge step back this season. I know they won 14 games last year. I think they're going to be somewhere around 9 wins this season. I don't think Drake May's as good as everybody thinks that he is. I think he was the benefit of playing against some really poor defenses last year. And so I don't think that you're going to see the same put out. I think Sam Darnold is still the same guy. I think he's still got the same weapons, and he's still on a really well-coached team. Give me Sam Darnold over Drake May this year, statistically. All right.
Wow. Okay.
MLB not airing the home run derby on national TV is another huge fail by MLB front offices. Hot or cold? Pat?
Cold. And I'm actually trying to, I still feel like I haven't seen viewership numbers here for the home run derby. Yeah. Let's see. Did we get that anywhere from Netflix? I'm not sure. I don't know if we got an official view. What'd you say?
Probably won't get it till Thursday or Friday.
Okay. So we still don't know for sure what the viewership numbers were, but no, I say cold. Again, I thought it was a big risk. Don't get me wrong. And we talked about it leading up to the home run derby. The NFL, they can go to streaming, no problem, and put a playoff game on Peacock. They'll still get 30 million people to tune in. The NBA playoffs can go to Amazon, and they'll still get millions of people to tune in for the big games. I worried about Major League Baseball airing the home run derby on Netflix rather than on ESPN like it had been for years. But I think the home run derby was absolutely phenomenal. And if it came down to a couple 100,000 people saying, well, I don't have Netflix, screw it, I'm not going to get Netflix, then that's the risk that they took. But for anybody that did have Netflix or said, you know what, I'll do the thing, here's a little free advice for you. If you don't have Netflix and you don't want to keep Netflix, you sign up for the account, you get rid of it as soon as you can after the home run derby. You don't have to keep paying month after month after month. I'm sure a lot of people did do that. And for anybody that had Netflix, you already got it. And why wouldn't you tune in if you don't have it, if you already have it? So I'm going to go cold. I don't think it was a big fail. I think the home run derby, the new format worked. I thought the event was great. And I think it gave a lot of people, too, the easy opportunity to, if they're checking social media or if they have friends, they have group chats like we do, right away, Wilson Contreras and Jordan Walker hit 13 bombs and they're hitting moonshots to start round one. That gave you some time to say, all right, crap, let me turn this on. So I'm gonna say cold. I don't think it was a big fail by Major League Baseball putting the home run derby on Netflix. And again, it's the home run derby. As much as I love it, and I thought it was a great win. I mean, it's not like we're talking about a playoff game.
I'm actually hot for this. I think it was a big fail. I think it should be universally available for free to the sports watching masses. Baseball is always trying to jockey for eyeball, especially this summer because of the World Cup, and you're trying to draw in as many people as you possibly can. Maybe they could have offered it on Netflix, but to a certain extent. I think they should have offered it for like over the air signals somewhere. It should have been available for free because there's grandpas out there that have no idea what on earth Netflix is and how to sign up for Netflix. And all they want to do is go out and watch their favorite player. Maybe it's a Murakami, Munetaka Murakami, or, maybe it's Wilson Contreras, or maybe it's Kyle Schwarber, whoever it is. Go out there and hit moonshots and hopefully maybe make a little money in the process. So I think it was a failure by baseball, trying to make it more of a money grab, given the rights to Netflix. And Netflix did a decent job. I think the production value could have been better in the presentation. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to belittle that at all outside of that, but it should be universally available, and it should be available for free every year, period, end of story.
I kind of agree with both of you. I do think that it's a huge miss by Major League Baseball, but not because they put it on Netflix and not because they didn't put it on national TV. You want to appeal to the younger audience. You want to appeal to kids that are trying to watch this game. What are kids watching nowadays? YouTube. That's the way that you get the younger generation involved in Major League Baseball, is putting this stuff on YouTube, putting it on Twitch, having this thing live streamed, having some of the players do some of their live streaming while they're watching the home run derby. Having all of this stuff happen while they're on the field would have been the way to go. If you want to get younger viewers, you're going to have to appeal to the things that they do by utilizing YouTube, by utilizing TikTok, by utilizing Instagram, by utilizing all of these social media platforms and all of these streaming platforms that the kids are interested in. I got kids that are 9, 10, 11 years old that all come to talk to me about who their favorite YouTuber is, because they watch their videos all the time. That is the way you could appeal to the younger generation. Netflix is great. I thought that they did a great job. But if Major League Baseball really wants to appeal to the younger generation, they're going to have to get on board with some of this other stuff. All right. The Miami Marlins are going to be a contender to win the NL East in September. Brad, hot or cold?
I'm hot. I am infatuated with Miami Marlins. They greatly exceeded expectations. They're playing some incredible baseball. The last 2 weeks entering the All-Star break, they were number 1 in all of the bigs in WRC Plus. Not too shabby as well with the pitching staff, number 15 in team-wide ERA. Sandy Alcantara's pitched well. Max Meyer has been amazing this season. Ada Lopez is your league leader right now on batting average. They got guys can absolutely rake. They can get outs with the arms. The bullpen has been decent. They're going to be the surprise sensations and continue to be so in the second half of the MLB season. I said this before. I'm going to quadruple down on it. The Miami Marlins, at a minimum, are going to be a wild card team. And it wouldn't surprise me if they finish the regular season scorching hot and take the division as well. Believe in Miami. And, this just in. I think they're going to average roughly 7.5 fans per game, up from 4.5 in the second half of the season. So that's encouraging.
Yeah, look, I mean, you got some real good Marlins baseball here for the first time in what feels like, I don't know, the last 7-8 years. So I know they made a playoff a couple of years ago in the COVID shortened season. Hopefully you do get some good turnout at Lone Depot Park with that gigantic freak show carousel, whatever the hell that thing is in center field.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, I'm not too optimistic about fans turning up until probably September when it cools down a little bit. But then again, then you got, oh, well, yeah, football only happens once a week. So, and the Marlins are going to stink. I mean, the Dolphins are going to stink. So, yeah, hopefully you do get some fans turning out to Marlins games because the fish are hot. I'm hot as well. I think the Marlins are going to be a contender to win the NL East. They're 4 games back right now, the Braves. Coming out of the All-Star break. Would I say they're going to win the division? No, but contender, which is what? Be within 5 games in September? 4 games in September? Exactly where they are right now? Yeah, I think they can do that. Brad, you mentioned some of the advanced stats. How about just some more of your traditional ones? 7th in team batting average, 7th in OPS, number 2 in stolen bases. They turn the clock back here. They play a lot of small ball. They steal bases. You mentioned Otto Lopez, best average in all of baseball. Roberto Hernandez is another name people need to know because he's been tearing the cover off the ball. Owen Casey's coming into his own for this team as well. Stowers has been hitting the ball really freaking hard. The pitching staff has been solid. It's been rock solid. And they don't even hit a lot of home runs. Again, and part of it being their ballpark is pitcher friendly, but they're in the bottom 6 in baseball in home runs. So they do it with manufacturing runs, hitting for a high average, stealing bases. They're a fun team to watch, and I'm rooting for them. And I think they will be a contender in the NL East. I think they will push the Phillies and the Braves for sure. I do not think this is a 2-team race for the NL East coming down the pike.
Yeah, I think that the Miami Marlins are here to stay. And Max Meyer, who's been an absolute joy to watch. I mean, this kid with an ERA underneath 3, striking everybody out that he faces, has been absolutely phenomenal. Yuri Perez has been kind of a surprise as well. Sandy Alcantara has been hot and cold, but when Sandy Alcantara is really good, Sandy Alcantara is really damn good. I don't think that this team's fading at all. I think that this team is definitely going to be a wild card team if they don't find a way to win the National League East. I am all in on the Miami Marlins. All right, last one here. Let's go back to football. Alvin Kamara re-signing with the Saints does nothing for the Saints. Pat, hot or cold?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm hot here. Love me some Alvin Kamara in his prime. He was definitively a top 10 running back. In the beginning of his career, he was probably a top 5 running back. Those couple of seasons where he had 14 rushing touchdowns, 16 rushing touchdowns. It's just been so long since that has happened, and the Saints haven't been a good squad for the last couple of years. There's a lot of excitement this year in New Orleans, don't get me wrong, with Tyler Shuck, and if Chris Olave can stay healthy, they just drafted Jordan Tyson. They bring in Travis Etienne. He's going to be the number 1 running back here. So it's just what can Kamara give him as the change of pace guy, as the pass catcher. That is really when he's at his best. 3 out of his first 4 years in the NFL had over 700 receiving yards. So maybe if he's just a 3rd down running back, again, that takes some of the workload off of him. But it just feels like he has not been able to stay healthy the last couple of years. And yes, a deal that lowers the $10.4 million cap hit that his current contract carries here. So he's going to be 31 coming up in 10 days. I just don't think he's going to give him a whole lot this year. And, we talk about why running backs seem to be expendable by a lot of NFL front offices. Alvin Kamara, he's 30. It feels like he's 40. So I'm hot on this. I don't really think it does much for the Saints.
I'm absolutely cold on this. I think left in the tank. Pat, you're kind of leaning into that with your argument against him. He's a guy that's got to play in Travis Etienne in pass down situations. He is going to be the 3rd down running back. Now, he's not going to have a 67+% opportunity share like he did last season, but maybe it's around 25-30%. He's a guy that still caught 84.6% of his intended targets last year coming off the hand of Tyler Shuck. And who's going to be the starting quarterback in the Crescent? Since that's right, Tyler Shuck. So Alvin Kamara, say if he can stay and limiting his workload of doing that, he's going to catch at least 40 balls this year. He's going to make an impact. He may score 5 touchdowns. It's not like mound moving. That's not shaking the earth beneath you, but he will have an impact on this team. Come on, guys. This is old.
Yeah, look, I don't think that this does anything for the Saints, and here's why. One, they went and got Etienne. I think Etienne is going to be the number 1 back, just like Pat said. But then there's another guy that I think a lot of people have forgotten about, and it's because he had that week 7 ACL injury, and that's Kendre Miller. I think Kendre Miller is a dog, and I think that he is going to end up taking Alvin Kamara's spot. I don't think Alvin Kamara is going to get many touches past week 3 or 4. I think Kendre Miller is going to be the RB2 for the New Orleans Saints by halfway through the season at the very least. Kendre Miller is a dude. He was averaging 4.1 yards a carry. He can catch the ball out of the backfield every bit as good as Alvin Kamara can. I think Alvin Kamara is going to be a forgotten commodity in New Orleans.
Wow, a forgotten commodity. Those are harsh words. Harsh words, and I don't think Combs is. I don't think it's necessarily wrong. 310-840-4910. All right, Brad and I will definitely not have Alvin Kamara in our top 10 running backs, but we will roll out our top 10 running backs when we return. Stick around. You don't want to miss it, and we'll see if there's any big surprises in this list when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. That was producer Brandon Combs as well. The little hot and cold. This is BetMGM tonight. We're coming right back on Westwood One Sports.
Spain, thus far, in 7 games, have conceded 1 goal. Just one. Just one. And it's not like they are shutting out curtain-jerking jabroni countries here. Cape Verde didn't score against them. And you might think, well, Cape Verde almost beat Argentina or almost took Argentina to penalties and drew Uruguay 2-2. Cape Verde couldn't score, couldn't sniff a goal against Spain. Saudi Arabia doesn't score against Spain. Okay, we can say Saudi Arabia kind of a curtain-jerking jabroni soccer country. I understand. Uruguay, desperate in its final game to get out of the group stage, no goals against Spain. Then in the knockout round, Austria scored goals in the group stage, right? Shut out, 3-0. Then Portugal, with all its attacking talent fronted by Cristiano Ronaldo, clean sheet, shut out by Spain. The only team that has scored on Spain is Belgium, which if you're American, and I think the vast majority of the audience is, probably makes you feel a little better about the way that game went, right, with Belgium and the United States. Belgium gave Spain the best game Spain has had in the World Cup. Makes you feel a little bit better if you're an American soccer fan. And then the piece de resistance, the cherry on top of the sundae, France, 0 goals yesterday. If Spain win to 0 on Sunday, which you have to think is the most likely outcome, right? Whether it's England or Argentina, Spain's probably going to win the game 1-0. Like, that's the most likely, in my estimation, the most likely outcome. We can say that 2026 Spain, the reigning European champions, Spain, are the 1985 Chicago Bears, the 2000 Baltimore Ravens. This is the Legion of Boom Seattle Seahawks. This is one of the great defenses, if not the greatest defense in the history of international football, of international soccer. Like, that's how good this is. Not an exaggeration, not an overstatement, not hyperbole. The numbers show it, and the eye test show it. This is like the opposite of Jaylen Brown. Like, you watch Jaylen Brown, and he's great. And then the numbers tell you he sucks, and you think, well, how could this be possible? This is the opposite of that. This is, you watch Spain play, and you think, oh my God, this defense is impenetrable. And then you look at the numbers, and the numbers tell you the same thing. So this is just, it's unbelievable what Spain have been able to accomplish. there is a bull case to be made on the Giants, and the case is, threefold. One, it's really twofold. You can make a case it's threefold. One, John Harbaugh instills a level of competency that has not been seen for a long time. That's their bet. Two, Jackson Dart takes the leap, capital T, capital L. Can definitely happen. Can also not happen, but it could. And three, like Malik Neighbors is good to go, and the Dart to Neighbors connection becomes the linchpin of this Giants offense. You take Neighbors out of the equation. It hurts Dart. It hurts the entire team. And I kind of believe right now, and it's only July 15th, so there's a lot of time for this to get sorted out. It feels like at the moment, there's a little too much optimism around the Giants. Because again, without Neighbors, how the hell are they moving the football? With Matt Nagy calling the plays.
It was my very first total play of the year, and I bought it back in, I think, March, which was under 8.5, under 9 is what I bought it back then. I am not.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We did our top 10 quarterbacks yesterday. Brad, let's hit our top 10 running backs now. But, again, important asterisk you want to throw on these rankings before we get started, and that is what?
Yeah, the ranking is based on expected, and that's the operative word here, expected total performance this upcoming NFL season. So we're not, weighing what they've accomplished in previous seasons. We're trying to fearlessly forecast, Patrick, what they could accomplish this year.
Okay. All right. Well, for my list, a lot will be based on past accomplishments and why I feel like they're going to put up similar numbers this year. But
and that's fair.
To each their own. The chess match begins. We'll go tit for tat. We'll go 10-1, 1 for 1 here. So start us off. Who's the 10th best running back in the NFL in 2026?
Try to keep your pants on. Jeremiah Love, formerly of your Notre Dame Fighting Irish, now a member of the Arizona Cardinals, and he's not going to wither under the hot sun of the Sonoran Desert. He is going to put up banner numbers, I believe, in his inaugural campaign. Yes, Arizona's probably going to be down 21-0 in every single game this season, but there's a decent shot through sheer volume. He's going to hit 1,000 yards of the ground, and he is a supreme pass catcher. I don't think he's going to be supplanted in pass down situations, which Arizona is going to be entrenched in this year. He may catch upwards of 70 balls this season. Plus offensive line, strength of schedule, not terrible either. Jeremiah Love will be a top 10 running back producer in his rookie season. He's number 10 on my list.
Look, I love Jeremiah Love. You know that. I've been singing his praises for 2-3 years, and this guy's going to be a top 10 draft pick, and then he ends up going in the top 5, which was beyond my wildest dreams as a Notre Dame fan. I think that's crazy for a guy that hasn't played a snap yet, and I know a lot of the reasons why you think the Cardinals defense is going to stink and all that, and they're going to be playing from behind. He's going to catch a ton of balls. Okay. I like a bold start. I'm going to go with a more safe start here. Give me Kyren Williams at number 10. And I'll give you some of the important context here. Just like you think the Cardinals are going to be terrible, and I don't disagree with you. That Rams defense, Myles Garrett, you and I both think Aaron Donald's coming back. How many games are the Rams going to be up with a chance to salt this baby away, hand Kyren Williams the ball, and put it on ice? 1,252 rushing yards and 10 scores last year. 1,300 rushing yards and 14 touchdowns the year before that. Under 1,200 rushing yards, just under, and 12 touchdowns the year before that. The guy is a 1,000-yard, double-digit rushing touchdown machine. On top of that, he normally is their third down running back. A lot of people last year, Blake Corum's going to overtake him. Blake Corum's going to do this. Kyron Williams had nearly double the amount of carries as Blake Corum. Blake Corum's a good running back. Yes, he's going to get some touches, but Kyron Williams is the unquestioned leader of what was the number 7 rushing attack last year. Stafford and Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams doing what they do, throwing the football. That makes the run game that much more dangerous. You couple that with an incredible, could be legendary defense. He's going to have plenty of opportunities to salt some games away, like I said. So Kyron Williams for me, number 10. All right, Brad, on to number 9. Who do you got?
I'm going to go with a banger from Boise. I'm going to say Ashton Jeanty. He was more or less the picture of inefficiency last season, but he got the changeover at the head coaching position with Clint Kubiak coming in. Very sound offensive system, offensive mind. I think Jeanty has the potential to really flourish. Doesn't matter how many games Fernando Mendoza plays under center, as it's looking like Kirk Cousins will begin the NFL regular season, probably the first 3 or so starts as the QB1, but Jeanty is a legitimate 3-down running back. He's got to get probably 80% plus of the opportunity share, and despite some of the unsightly surface data, the advanced analytics painted a much better picture last season. He was number 3 in YAC per attempt, number 6 overall in total missed tackles forced. There's been investments in the offensive line. Ashton Jeanty, numero 6 for me. Not seis, uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, nueve, diez. Nueve is 9. I took 3 years of Spanish in high school. Donde está el baño? That's about all I remember.
I like it. I like the attempt. Yeah, no, all right. Number 9 for me. I was going, hold on, wait a minute. Did I miss 3 guys? Kenneth Walker, I got number 9. Super Bowl MVP. That's why he's in the top 10 for me. He's never been much of a stat monster, and I know Seahawks fans know that well. Fantasy football players know that well as well. Kind of got vultured a lot by Zach Charbonnet in the red zone. 1,000 yards last year, though, for Seattle. 5 touchdowns. Still one of the best pure traditional running backs in the game. And he did say back in May that he thinks he's going to have an opportunity to catch more passes now that he's with the Kansas City Chiefs this year. I'll take him at his word. So, yeah, Kenneth Walker for me, number 9, the reigning Super Bowl MVP, has flashes of being an elite, the elite of the elite running backs, but not quite for me consistently. I got him at number 9. All right, on to 8, Brad. Who do you have?
I'm going to go down to SoFly and Devon Achane of the Miami Dolphins. God, the Dolphins are going to be terrible, man. You want to talk about the dregs of the keg? That is going to be them by definition. They're going to be atrocious or going to be abominable, to say the least. But Achane has no competition for touches. He is a do-it-all tour day force. So one of the ultimate check-down weapons. So Malik Willis, not exactly a premier check-down quarterback. That's got to change. And so explosive as well. He was numero uno. I know that number in Spanish. And YAC per attempt last season to 4.11. He was also number 12 in total missed tackles forced, is tracked by Pro Football Focus. Yes, the offensive line royally stinks, but Achane, really good shot. I think a minimum 1,500 combined yards, probably around 7-8 total touchdowns. He's got to be on this top 10 list. That's why I got the Ocho for Devon Achane.
Okay, I'll have Devon Achane in short order. I think he's a little bit higher than that, and I think you might have this guy a little bit higher, but I'm going with James Cook at number 8. Jimbo, and I know coming off of one of the best seasons you'll see from a running back, this might feel like I'm a little bit of a hater. I get it. 1,621 rushing yards and 12 touchdowns, and now the guy that loves giving him the rock, Joe Brady, is now the head coach of the Buffalo Bills. So you got to imagine he's going to be in for a lot of usage again this year, but man, 300 carries. Is James Cook really going to get 300 carries again this year? That would kind of feel like there's maybe a little bit something wrong with the Bills' offense if you got to rely on him that much. He's a great running back in between the tackles. He can get outside. His speed is really underrated. So again, he's a top 10 running back, but I don't know, man. Something about the eye test. Again, at the expense of sounding like a hater, you watch some of these other running backs I'm going to mention. They drop your jaw. And James Cook can do that, just not as much as some of the other guys that I feel like we kind of unanimously see as the best running backs in the game. So Jimbo's tremendous running back. Again, doesn't really do much in the passing game. We know how important that is as a receiver nowadays. So all-around running back for me, he's number 8. On to the top 7. Who is lucky number 7 for you, Brad?
Oh, let's get down with my boy, Chase Brown, baby. Breaking out the maple syrup for the ILL product, who's from old Canada. He's got to have a stellar season for Cincinnati. Yes, there's question marks on the offensive line, as usual. They're in Cincy, but a player that can do literally everything. Get some of those tough yards between the tackles on the ground, and is one of the premier checkdown weapons. I think he's got a great shot at catching 60 or so balls this season. A great shot as well, around 1,500 combined yards, double-digit scores. A guy that was pretty efficient last season, number 23 in yak per attempt, number 15 missed tackles force. Again, for the maple syrup, my boy, Chase Brown at number 7.
Yeah, I got HN here at 7. I got him one spot higher than you did. Again, I just think he is so incredibly dynamic as both a running back and a pass catcher. Last year, over 1,800 combined yards with 12 touchdowns. The year before that, over 1,500 combined yards with 12 touchdowns. And for an offense that has just been so god-awful and it has stunk, who's getting the ball. And only one guy that the Dolphins are going to turn to, and yet he still puts up eye-popping numbers. So the speed is incredible. At 5'9", any downs 1 through 3, give him the football and watch A-Chan go. He is absolutely spectacular. I think he is number 7 for me. All right, on to 6. Who is it, Brad?
Oh, let's plug him in and get supercharged with Omari Hampton, who I think is going to have a stellar breakout year. I'm already on record for saying this. I think he's a dark horse to win the NFL rushing title this season in his sophomore campaign. I think he's got a top 10 offensive line. You bring in Mike McDaniel, who is an absolute genius when trying to get the most out of running back. See Devon Achane last season in Miami. And when Hampton was on the field last year, he was efficient. He was number 11 in yak per attempt. He was number 5 in total missed tackles. Forced a breakout campaign. Get your grubby little mitts on all of the shares of Omari Hampton you can in fantasy football this season. He's going to be electric.
I am not nearly as high as you on Omari Hampton, but I know the first person I will thank if I end up getting into a good spot to draft him in, I don't know, Brad, what would you say, round 4, round 3? Or is it going to be earlier than that?
No, his ADP right now is late second round at a 12-team draft. So extend the go gadget arm. If you're there at the turn, and you have that first pick in round 2, maybe the second pick or the third pick, and he's somehow still on the board, my friend, go ahead and grab him and thank me later.
Okay. All righty. Well, I don't have him in the top 10, but I will definitely be putting him there if you are right on him this year. I got King Henry at number 6. And again, it's hard to have a better first 2 years in Baltimore than he has had. In the last 2 years combined, over 3,500 rushing yards and 32 touchdowns. He's still dominant, even at 32. He still bowls guys over. He's still capable on any given Sunday of running for 150, 200 freaking yards and 3 touchdowns and putting the team on his back. But he is 32. And maybe, again, I'm expecting age to become a factor here for the first time for Derrick Henry. So it's tough, man. We get to the top 6 for me. It is incredibly difficult. I feel like a lot of these guys, you could have them at number 1 or number 2, but I just think this is going to be the first year where Derrick Henry takes a step back. I'm putting him at number 6. Out of the top 5, who do you have at number 5, Brad?
Oh, let's go with the Wolfgang Puck of running backs, and that being James Cook, a guy that was a touchdown scoring machine last season, despite having one of the premier goal line gremlins in the NFL, stealing and siphoning away some of those touchdown opportunities there in Josh Allen. But I think he is going to have another stellar season, another double-digit in terms of touchdowns. He's going to be running behind a top 5 offensive line. He got paid, and he still continued to deliver. Though he was only number 31 in YAC per attempt, he was still top 5 in total missed tackles forced, but it's all about them TDs. And a guy that could probably catch 35, 40 balls as well. James Cook is going to sizzle in Western New York this season. He's numero 5 on my list.
Okay, so a couple spots higher than I had him. I have Saquon at number 5. And again, down year last year, a down year, a bad year. And he ran for 1,140 yards and 7 touchdowns and added almost 300 receiving yards and a couple of touchdowns there as well. 2024, one of the greatest seasons of running back history, 2,000 yards, 13 rushing touchdowns, carried the Eagles to a Super Bowl. Again, the more and more I think about it, I'm trusting, I'm liking what I'm hearing, not as a Giants fan, but as just a football fan. And again, ranking running backs here, fantasy purposes as well. I'm starting to get on board with what Sean Mannion is putting in play for this new Eagles offense. They still have all the other same names and faces, though, including that offensive line, which I believe is healthy this year. And even if it is somewhere in the middle of the last 2 years for Saquon, that's over 1,500 rushing yards and it's double-digit touchdowns. I think Saquon bounces back in a big way this year. I got him at number 5. We'll take a short break. When we come back, Brad and I will roll out our top 4 running backs in the NFL in 2026. 310-840-4910. If you want to get involved, this is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
It was my very first total play of the year, and I bought it back in, I think, March, which was under 8.5, under 9 is what I bought it back then. I am not a believer in what's about to happen this season. I think that
he's going to get fired if they win 8 games, right?
I think he might get fired before they get to the 8 games. I'd have to go check his contract status and kind of check in with some of the talking heads you and I talk with that are on the beat report about what his contract situation is if Alabama will try to get out of it. But it's not. I think Kalen DeBoer stepped into a situation that most of us don't really see from the high level view, which is Alabama didn't really have an NIL program and they didn't really have any money when he got there, and there were a lot of kids taking a Saban discount. And, that affects who you can grab in the portal. It affects the money that you have. Like, we had to let Ryan Grubb go to the NFL. Now he's back calling plays. But then Ryan Williams, your star wide receiver, who should be as good as Jeremiah Smith, just absolutely disappears from the entire season. Is he going to show up this year? Other problems for Alabama. They didn't have a running game last year. They have less than the running game that they had last year going into this season without Jam Miller coming back. And so if you can't run the ball and you're reliant on a passer and you think Keelan Russell is going to save you, you need an offensive line to at least protect a little bit. So the defense isn't going to be as good. The offense doesn't have a running game still. And now instead of Ty Simpson, we don't have a proven quarterback, and we're going into another quarterback battle with, a 5-star kid that doesn't have any experience, or Austin Mack, who's been in the Ryan Grubb program for 5-6 years and still can't get a start. So I'm really down on Alabama. And the schedule is, look, if you look at the teams on this schedule, right? First off, South Carolina, Lenore Sellers, they play they will put a bruising on you every week, no matter if you win that game or not.
Sellers is an NFL quarterback also. Sellers is going to get drafted early next year.
Oh, if he played for Alabama, I wouldn't be having this conversation about an under. But Mississippi State is going to be improved. Georgia is where they are. Tennessee is improved. Texas A&M is going to be, same level. Like this schedule, and then we talk about November 7th against LSU. This schedule is brutal. It's nasty. So I don't want anything to do with Alabama. It's an under for me.
It literally put me to sleep last night. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game is the cure for insomnia. We've cracked it. If you're out there and you've got trouble falling asleep, if you're up, this is should be like an infomercial. We need the fine print on the screen underneath me. Some cheesy, let's do some remix of some song from the 70s. Gotta go to sleep. I'm really tired tonight. This is it. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game could not be more boring. there's less than no juice. Like there is a glass, and in the glass, there could be juice. In this glass, not only is there no juice, but there's dust at the bottom of it. And I don't understand, and I say this about many different broadcasts of many different events. Like, why can't it just be sports? Why can't we just do sports? Why do we need a concert in between multiple innings of the Midsummer Classic? What a joke. You know what the Midsummer Classic actually is? Me having a beer sitting outside when it's 75 degrees at 7:30 at night, when it's still light out. That's the Midsummer Classic. You know what the Midsummer Classic is? The first day of NFL training camp. That's the Midsummer Classic. Do you know what the Midsummer Classic is? NBA free agency. That's the Midsummer Classic. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game puts you to sleep. It's horrific. And people want to bash the Home Run Derby. The Home Run Derby, I mean, you can't compare these two events. You can't compare them. This is like Breaking Bad Season 1 versus the final season. One can put you to sleep. The other is a thrill ride. White knuckle. You're watching, you're entertained throughout. You can't compare them. It sucks.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, and my dog as well. He's very pumped up for the show. The number to join is 310-840-4910. Get hit more on that in just a bit. He's normally not in the office with me, but my girlfriend's traveling this week for business. She's in the Pacific Northwest, so the last two nights, I feel like he's just been down on the couch, depressed, for the 5 hours I'm doing the show. So I was like, let me get him involved. Let him hang out, be my co-pilot.
Oh, that's
here.
nice.
Hey, he's getting he knows that we're hitting the top 4 of our running back list. So he's real excited to see who I've got in there and who you have as well, Brad. So without further ado, let's just recap here. We hit 10 through 5, who Brad and I think will be the top running backs in the NFL in 2026. Brad, from 10 to 5, you got Jeremiah Love, who hasn't played it down in the NFL, but my Notre Dame guy, bold take, I like it. Ashton Genty, Devon Achane, Chase Brown, Amarian Hampton, and James Cook. And for me, 10 through 5, Kyron Williams, Kenneth Walker, James Cook, Devon Achane, Derrick Henry, and Saquon Barkley. We've hit the top 4. Who is number 4 for you, Brad?
Gonna make you sweat, bah, 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 baby. It's a CMC football factory. Still do it all. Weapon. I know he's getting to an advanced age at age 30. Everybody's like, oh, he's got to break down again. The wheels are going to come flying off. But he is legitimately a guy that can just do everything. He's probably going to catch upwards of 70, 75 passes, run for close to 1,000 yards. He's got the shimmy. He's got the shake. He's got a top 10 offensive line. He's got Brock Purdy as his quarterback, decent weapons to stretch the field and lighten some of the boxes, but it doesn't matter because he is a guy that is script agnostic. Another stellar year for CMC, a.k.a. Christian McCaffrey, numero quattro on my list.
Yeah, you're going to hear that name in short order from me, but I got him a little bit higher. I'm going Jonathan Taylor at number 4 from the Indianapolis Colts. Again, Jonathan Taylor last year, almost 1,600 yards, 18 rushing touchdowns, doing it all for the Colts until the wheels fell off. And who knows? I mean, he might have had a chance for freaking, what was it? He might have had a chance for 1,800 yards if Daniel Jones didn't get hurt and the Colts stayed in it. Unfortunately, not the case. The one thing that concerns me, and here's the thing too, Jonathan Taylor, not bad. Like, he's not like Derrick Henry to the point where he never catches balls or rarely does. 46 catches, 378 yards, 2 touchdowns. And again, not just for fantasy purposes, but how we view overall running backs, the impact they have on games. Jonathan Taylor, not as much of an impact if he's not rushing it as some of the other guys I have ahead of him. That I'm a little bit concerned. Stephen Holder reported that the Colts want to definitely ease the load on their star running back. So, again, he's great. He's got the opportunity to take over games. We saw it against the Falcons in Week 10 when he had 244 rushing yards and 3 touchdowns. He's still one of the top 5 running backs, but not in the top 3 for me. I have him at 4. Brad, who do you have at 3?
I got Jonathan Taylor at 3. Again, he was top 5 in missed tackles for us, top 3 as well in yak per attempt last season. Even if you shave a little bit of the workload off, he's still probably going to get 300 touches. May not be 325 or 350, but if he gets that kind of volume, my goodness, he's going to have incredible numbers yet again.
Okay, so you got Jonathan Taylor at 3. I got McCaffrey at 3 for many of the same reasons that you mentioned. Again, there is just about nobody better. I say just about. There's just about nobody better at impacting both the running game and the passing game as McCaffrey does. 924 receiving yards and 7 touchdowns last year on top of 1,200 rushing yards. You mentioned it. People thought he was washed. People thought he had hit his peak. He's 30 years old. I think he's as good as he ever has been. McCaffrey, number 3 for me. On to the top 2. Who's the second best running back in the NFL in 2026, Brad?
Jahmyr Gibbs, that dude's going to be a straight-up gangsta this season. I know Isaiah Pacheco is the new David Montgomery, but he's probably going to get upwards of 75% of the opportunity share. I think he's going to score at least 12, if not upwards of 15 total touchdowns, and I could be underselling it there. A guy that was number 5 in missed tackles for us. He's so damn explosive, operating behind a premium offensive line and a stellar offense. Jahmyr Gibbs, numero dos on my top 10 NFL running back list.
Yeah, not only for what he's done in just his first 3 years in the NFL, again, last year, 2 years ago, nearly 2,000 combined yards from scrimmage with 20 touchdowns. Last year, more than 1,800 combined yards from scrimmage and 18 touchdowns. Not only that, Dan Campbell said a couple of weeks ago, quote, "We're going to hang our hat on him," end quote. He called them the team's bell cows. So, yeah, Pacheco is in. That does not matter. Jahmyr Gibbs, game changer, jaw dropper. He's number 2 for me. Brad, I got the same number 1 as you, so go ahead and finish us off here. Why is it Mr. Robinson?
Oh, yes, Bijan Robinson going to be sizzling there in hot Atlanta. I think he's going to get at least 2,000 combined yards. Yes, you heard that correctly. 2,000 combined yards this year. Swiss Army knife. Probably going to score anywhere between 12 to 15 touchdowns. He was number 2 in yak per attempt last season, number 1 in total missed tackles for us with 86. The guy is unbelievable. One of the supreme across the board contributors in the National Football League. More of the same here in 2026.
Damn right. I co-sign that. All right, so we had the same top 2, Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson at number 1. Not a big surprise. When we come back, we're going to get charged up, talk some Chargers football. Is it a make or break season this year? We'll discuss when we come back on BetMGM tonight.
What is the holdup? Like, you've got 2 teams that basically have to pause everything they're doing because the NBA doesn't have its ducks in a row here. Like, this is an embarrassment. Why can't they figure this out? And does it mean that Kawhi's going to get suspended? I don't know the answer to that question. It doesn't feel great, right? The fact that the trade's on pause right now. Who the hell knows? Is the trade going to get, like, not vetoed, but reneged? Is that what's going to happen here? And Kawhi's going to be back on the Clippers? And the Raptors are going to get their players back and get their picks back? Like, what's happening here? Like, does no one think this is embarrassing for the NBA, that this is dragged out this long? And that this is now going to impact potentially this season because something that came out before last season hasn't been figured out yet. Let's get it figured out by the end of the summer. Come on, man. Like, these are the kind of things, and I love the NBA, and you know I love the NBA. You can tell, right? I love talking about it. I love watching it. These are the kind of things when Adam Silver does and says, where you're just like, dude, are you in over your head? Are you running a tight ship here? September. Pablo Torre found out 10 months ago. The NBA hasn't found out yet. The NBA hasn't found out yet. We don't know if the Clippers lied. We don't know if Kawhi's lying. We don't know if this trade's going to go through. It's July 15th. Like, the season starts in a couple months. When are we going to know?
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. That handsome fella is Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Hump Day extravaganza kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The talk and text line to join the show, 310-840-4910. Coming up in less than 20 minutes, we're going to talk to Shannon Farron, sideline reporter for the L.A. Chargers and the co-host of Gary and Shannon on iHeartRadio. And that is where we begin hour number 3, Brad, because I don't know about you. We're going to get into our three-point stance here in a little bit, and we'll go deeper into the X's and O's. But is this a make or break year for the Chargers? 310-840-4910. And what do I mean by that? Is it a make or break year if they fail to meet expectations? And I think it's important to define what should be team expectations for the Chargers. You know, again, in the AFC West, Kansas City Chiefs coming off of a terrible season. The Raiders going to get better. I don't expect them to be a playoff team yet. I'm excited to see Fernando Mendoza and Clint Kubiak and Ashton Genty. And then you have the reigning AFC West champions, the Denver Broncos, who got to the AFC title game and probably would have been to the Super Bowl if not for Bo Nix's injury. Where do the Chargers fall in within all that? Well, year 3 of Jim Harbaugh, 11 wins each of the last 2 seasons, but man, they look like they were a big step away from competing for a Super Bowl when they got blasted by the Texans and Herbert threw those 4 picks. And last year they get shut down by the Patriots. Down year for the Ravens. They don't even make the playoffs. Down year for the Chiefs. They don't even make the playoffs. The Bills. It felt like it was their year. The Chargers kind of got lumped in with those teams a year ago, 2 years ago when Jim Harbaugh took over. I feel like they haven't made any progress. I feel like they've been kind of stuck in neutral. So I don't know, Brad, if they get bounced, if they don't win a playoff game this year, or even worse, miss the playoffs, do we see either Jim Harbaugh get fired, or do we see a potential blockbuster trade in the offseason where they're looking to get rid of Justin Herbert? Do you think either of those things could be on the table this year for the Chargers when I say, is it a make or break year for them?
On the table, sure. I to that notion, but percentage chance, a likelihood that it could happen, I think it's rather small. Is it infinitesimal small? Yeah, probably. At least the Harbaugh side of things, and really Herbert too. I don't think they're going to deal him. A guy that's still pretty young, and we have not seen his best football yet, but a guy too that's starting to tap into some of his, key strengths. He was running the ball a heck of a lot more last season. He's a guy that has those open field wheels, his ability to read, react, and take off and chew up real estate on the ground. I think you're going to see more of that this year. It could be another 400, 450, 500 yards rushing. Harbaugh's a fantastic coach. And the biggest key for them is this: Greg Roman out, Mike McDaniel in. Despite your, viewpoints on Mike McDaniel and the various attire that he wears with a hiked up sweatpants, which is kind of silly, and the way that he carries himself in like post-game interviews, which is a little bit of a word salad and kind of all over the map, at least what we saw previously with the Miami Dolphins. The guy is an offensive genius, in my opinion. He's going to come in with a surplus in terms of personnel, in terms of pure talent. I think he's going to maximize the situation. And get the most out of Justin Herbert he possibly can. Get the most out of Amari Hampton. Get the most out of Ladd the McConkey Donkey. And some of the other receivers, Quentin Johnston, who had 8 touchdowns last season. I love the David Njoku signing to pair up with Rondé Gadsden at the tight end position. There's some question marks on defense, but if the offensive line, all in particular, can stay healthy, they should be a top 10 offensive line unit. Is it make or break? I think there is an argument for that, but I think I am more on the make side than the break side when it comes to the Bolts.
Maybe if there is a scapegoat for any failures that could happen this year for the Chargers, maybe the axe falls on GM Joe Ortiz's head. That's who I wonder if he could get the axe, because let's not forget, the Chargers hired Jim Harbaugh, and then they hired Joe Ortiz before the 2024 season. So it's not like he was hired and he's the one that hired Jim Harbaugh. And I feel like the NFL, we underrate continuity. We underrate stability at times. The Chargers, they're stable. They're a stable winner. They're expected to be a playoff team again this year. They're not expected to win the division, but expected to be a solid team. I don't see him as a Super Bowl contender, even with bringing in Mike McDaniel and what he could unlock from Justin Herbert. I've seen enough of Justin Herbert in the postseason. Maybe in 5 years from now, can he win a Super Bowl? Maybe. Right now, I can't watch what he did against the Patriots and the year before that against the Texans and think that this guy's winning a Super Bowl this year, unless you're telling me they're going to have the number one defense in football, which I also find hard to believe because Jesse Minter just left and took the head coaching job at the Ravens. So it's kind of hard to get rid of Justin Herbert, and what are you going to get back for him in a trade? I think it would be very breakneck and very, I don't know, hot button reaction to fire Jim Harbaugh. Let's say they go 9-8 and they miss the playoffs, or they go 10-7 and then get beat by double digits again in the wild card round. It feels like maybe the GM Joe Ortiz would be the scapegoat. But either way, this is a make or break season at a crossroads. I feel like that is definitely what is the label for this Chargers season here in 2026. By the way, this segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. So I guess you spoke very highly of Mike McDaniel. I think you think this offense is going to be a lot better than it was last year. And don't get me wrong. They were not a bad offense. It just felt like they never had, they had to rely on their defense. They had to win some low-scoring games. The Chargers were just outside the top 10 in total yards per game last year, but they were in the bottom half of the NFL in passing yards per game. In rushing, they were just outside the top 10, but they struggled to score, especially in the red zone. That was a big bugaboo for this team. In the bottom half, just over 21 points per game last year. So can they rely upon their defense, or is it going to be Mike McDaniel that takes this offense to the next level? What would be your confidence level on a scale of 1 to 10 that Mike McDaniel can do that he can get Justin Herbert to look like the quarterback we saw in the first 3 years, rather than the guy that can barely crack 3,000 yards and 20 passing touchdowns in the last couple of seasons?
Yeah, scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest number here. I'm confidently going to say an 8. That's how much I believe in the genius of play calling for Mike McDaniel. Like his schematics, his disguising of plays are just awesome. They really are brilliant. And with the personnel that he is going to have at his disposal, he's going to be able to really take advantage of those opportunities. That's why I think Elijah McConkey could really flourish, working as that, dirty receiver kind of across the middle of the field and some of those tough slant and cross routes. A guy that's relatively sure-handed, though he took a back seat at times last season. Quentin Johnston really flourished again in the red zone last year with the 8 touchdowns. Got that hands transplant that he sorely needed. Maybe slapped on some double-sided tape on the gloves. He didn't have the case of dropsies as profound as it was the year before. And again, really the key to this offense, I'm going to say it again, and you're going to be so sick that I'm going to repeat this ad nauseum the next several weeks on end. Omari Hampton is going to be that dude. He's going to be that guy. Not only is a pass catcher out of the backfield on design screens, design swings, whatever it may be, some of the occasional wheel route, but on direct handoffs, because the offensive line, I think, is going to be top 10 this season in terms of run blocking efficiency. And he's going to see some light fronts because of the presence of Justin Herbert, despite what you may have questions about with his overall game. He's still an effective quarterback vertically. But McDaniel is just going to be able to get so much. He's going to squeeze every last drop of blood from that turnip when it comes to Omari Hampton, that I feel that, again, he is a dark horse to win the NFL rushing title. I think at a minimum, you're looking at probably 1,400, 1,500 combined yards. I think at a minimum, you're going to look at a dozen touchdowns, as long as the menacing injury imp doesn't snack on what is the lower appendages. Omari Hampton will be the MVP, offensively, defensively, not Justin Herbert of the LA Chargers this year.
And that would give Justin Herbert a pass, once again, it feels like. But look, I do got to admit, and maybe I'm being a little bit too harsh, and producer Brandon Combs puts in our show chat, you don't give him any slack with the O-line injuries last season. Remember, Rashawn Slater, their left tackle, who I think is top 10 tackle in football, and Joe Alt were both done for the season, by week 5, week 6 last year? So maybe
it was bad.
You could make the argument the fact that the Chargers made the playoffs with both their bookend tackles done for the year before midway through the season, that was a small coaching miracle by Jim Harbaugh. Every team deals with injuries. I mean, I can't make excuses for the Chargers and give them a complete pass. And then, other teams suffer injuries like the Niners to their defense. And they won a playoff game. They beat the Eagles on the road. So again, it was very difficult. That those are the two best linemen. They're their two tackles. Yes, that hampered their offense significantly when those guys went down. I know they tried to add to that offensive line. They drafted Jake Slaughter, the left guard from Florida, in the second round. They brought in Tyler Biadasz, who used to felt like he was going to be one of the best linemen in football when he was with the Cowboys, Pro Bowler in 2022. Then went to the Commanders. They got him on a cheap deal. They bring in Cole Strange as well. He was a failed project with the New England Patriots. So again, hopefully this line has depth, if nothing else, compared to last year, because once Slater and Alt went down, their offense was doomed. They were putting Band-Aids on every single game and relying on their defense to win them some ugly ones. So it better look a whole lot better this year with McDaniel, and injuries can't be an excuse once again. All right, let's get to our 3-point stance now, Brad. Who brings you the best fantasy value on the LA Chargers this season?
I think it's Quentin Johnson, the TCU product. A guy right now, if you look at the ADP numbers, that stands for average draft position for you fantasy novices that are out there, 95.66 overall. And some drafts are going decently after pick one number 100, because people still have nightmares on the season in case you forgot all the devastating drops that he had a couple of years ago. But that wasn't the case so much last year. He's WR42 right now at ADP as well, coming off the 8-touchdown campaign. He was also number 17 in fantasy points per target. He was number 22 in total red zone targets. I think he could match or slightly exceed the TD output from last season. Chip in around 850 yards as well. Quentin Johnston, you're getting at a W4 price, could be a surefire WR3 and 12-team drafts. He is a value for fantasy football purposes.
Yeah, I'm going even longer shot, way deeper in your draft here. 182 is the ADP, and he's wide receiver 66. I'll go Trey Harris. And again, a big reason why Keenan Allen is still unsigned, and I don't know if the Chargers are going to bring him back. It looks unlikely at this point. So you mentioned Quentin Johnston. We know that the number one receiver for the Chargers is Ladd McConkey. I know you're as high as you could be on Hampton, and I love Oronde Gadsden. They also brought in David Njoku, but I think Trey Harris could have a much bigger role this year. His rookie season a year ago, only 30 catches, only 324 yards and a touchdown. But again, Jim Harbaugh seemed to speak pretty highly of him a couple of weeks ago during OTAs. So again, if you're looking in the last couple of rounds, what's another receiver that, if things break his way, maybe he could have a 800, 900-yard season? I think Trey Harris could have that. Again, he's just in his second year coming out of Ole Miss. So I had a couple bright spots last year. I think he could take a big jump forward this year. Favorite player prop play of the season for the Bolts? I already have an idea what this is going to be, Brad. What is it?
Oh, you know what's coming. Daddy want. Daddy need. Daddy gotta have it all. Let's go. Yeah, baby.
Second day in a row with the sledgehammer.
You knew it, man. You knew PG was going to come out and play. Oh, my dude, my guy, my dog, Omarion Hampton. 925.5 rush yards. Are you freaking kidding me? Way over on that, Pat, at a minus 115. And you can cue the Smiths in the background, too. Stop if you think you've heard this one before. Because that song title really applies to everything I'm going to lay out on Omarion Hampton. Again, he was ultra efficient when he was on the field last season. 25.6% missed tackle rate, off the charts good. He was number 11 in yards created per touch, number 11 in yards after contact per attempt. He is going to be the main man. He is going to be a money man. If you tell me on the over on this, the only thing that is going to prevent him from getting to 1,000 yards this season is a major injury, and it's going to have to happen early in the season. If you can guarantee me 13 games, he is going to crack the 1,000-yard mark, and all I need is 926 to cash on this, running behind a top 10 offensive line. Oh, the Murray and Hampton, gobble it up.
Oh, baby. All right. There you go. Sledgehammer for the second day in a row. Yesterday, it was me on Aaron Rodgers over passing touchdowns. Brad breaks it out for Mario Hampton. We got to hit a break. I will say really quickly, Justin Herbert, over 3,600 passing yards. He threw for 37-27 last year. That was with a shamble offensive line. If the line is healthy and Mike McDaniel comes in and Justin Herbert can't top 3,600 passing yards, then, trade him and get whatever you can back for him. And again, that's assuming he stays healthy here, which he has largely been throughout his career. So Herbert over passing yards, my favorite play for the Chargers this year. All right, we got to take a break. We'll debate over-under team wins after we talk with Shannon Farron, who's going to join us next, covers the Chargers. She's the sideline reporter, and she's also the host of Gary and Shannon on iHeartRadio. We'll talk with Shannon Farron when we return. Ask her some of the big questions revolving the Bolts heading into 2026. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
There is a bull case to be made on the Giants, and the case is, threefold. One, it's really twofold. You can make a case it's threefold. One, John Harbaugh instills a level of competency that has not been seen for a long time. That's their bet. Two, Jackson Dart takes the leap, capital T, capital L. Can definitely happen. Can also not happen, but it could. And three, like Malik Neighbors is good to go, and the Dart to Neighbors connection becomes the linchpin of this Giants offense. You take Neighbors out of the equation. It hurts Dart. It hurts the entire team. And I kind of believe right now, and it's only July 15th, so there's a lot of time for this to get sorted out. It feels like at the moment, there's a little too much optimism around the Giants. Because again, without Neighbors, how the hell are they moving the football? With Matt Nagy calling the plays.
It was my very first total play of the year, and I bought it back in, I think, March, which was under 8.5, under 9 is what I bought it back then. I am not a believer in what's about to happen this season. I think that
he's going to get fired if they win 8 games, right?
I think he might get fired before they get to the 8 games. I'd have to go check his contract status and kind of check in with some of the talking heads you and I talk with that are on the beat report about what his contract situation is if Alabama will try to get out of it. But it's not. I think Kalen DeBoer stepped into a situation that most of us don't really see from the high level view, which is Alabama didn't really have an NIL program and they didn't really have any money when he got there, and there were a lot of kids taking a Saban discount, and that affects who you can grab in the portal. It affects the money that you have. We had to let Ryan Grubb go to the NFL. Now he's back calling plays, but then Ryan Williams, your star wide receiver, who should be as good as Jeremiah Smith, just absolutely disappears from the entire season. Is he going to show up this year? Other problems for Alabama. They didn't have a running game last year. They have less than the running game that they had last year going into this season without Jam Miller coming back. And so if you can't run the ball and you're reliant on a passer and you think Keelan Russell is going to save you, you need an offensive line to at least protect a little bit. So the defense isn't going to be as good. The offense doesn't have a running game still. And now instead of Ty Simpson, we don't have a proven quarterback, and we're going into another quarterback battle with, a 5-star kid that doesn't have any experience, or Austin Mack, who's been in the Ryan Grubb program for 5-6 years and still can't get a start. So I'm really down on Alabama. And the schedule is, look, if you look at the teams on this schedule, right? First off, South Carolina, Lenore Sellers, they play they will put a bruising on you every week, no matter if you win
and
that
Sellers
game or not.
is an NFL quarterback also. Sellers is going to get drafted early next year.
Oh, if he played for Alabama, I wouldn't be having this conversation about an under. But Mississippi State is going to be improved. Georgia is where they are. Tennessee is improved. Texas A&M is going to be, same level. Like this schedule, and then we talk about November 7th against LSU. This schedule is brutal. It's nasty. So I don't want anything to do with Alabama. It's an under for me.
It literally put me to sleep last night. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game is the cure for insomnia. We've cracked it. If you're out there and you've got trouble falling asleep, if you're up, this is should be like an infomercial. We need the fine.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show. We'll get back to your calls in a little bit, 310-840-4910. But we're going to the guest line now. Last segment, we did our three-point stance on the Chargers. We broke down the season that lies ahead for the Bolts. Let's get an expert now to answer some of the most pressing questions regarding this team with training camp right around the corner, and that is Shannon Farron, Chargers sideline reporter, also co-host on Gary and Shannon and iHeartRadio. You can follow her on Twitter at Shannon Farron. Shannon, it's Pat and Brad. Thanks so much for joining us. How you doing? Do we have Shannon? Let's see. I'm not hearing anything on Shannon's end. Let's try that again. Shannon, can you hear us? Yeah, we got you. Yeah, hey, Shannon, how you doing? Thanks so much for joining us. How's everything going? We are awesome. Shannon, this season feels like a crossroads for Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert and the Chargers. 11 wins each of the last two seasons, but it couldn't have really gone any worse in their two playoff games, outscored by a combined 48-15 by the Texans and then the Patriots last year. And it's been Justin Herbert's play that has really hurt them in those games. So if the Chargers are going to take a big step forward this year and maybe make a push for the AFC title game, what do you think is maybe the biggest improvement Herbert needs to make in his game?
In my opinion, it's not Justin Herbert. The guy was sacked 66 times last season. It's the fact that his two all-pro tackles were lost in the first weeks, or not even before the season began with one of them. You get Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater back, two guys that land perennially in the top of the charts when it comes to O-line tackles. You get these guys back, and it's a different story for Justin Herbert. It's a different ending for Justin Herbert on the season and for the Los Angeles Chargers. It all falls on Justin Herbert because he's the guy at the face of the team, the guy that you see take the early exit out of the playoffs in the wild card round for the past 3 years. And it falls on his shoulders. Unfortunately, you look at the O-line he played with last year, none of those guys are playing in the NFL anymore. I think one of them is in a backup role. So you get his starting tackles back. They also built up that line in the draft. They used 4 picks, the Chargers did, on O-line guys. You're able to rotate them and get fresh legs in there for Justin Herbert. He gets the ball out quick like Mike McDaniel likes to do, and you have a completely different football team.
No doubt. Shannon, yours truly is quite confident in Omarion Hampton this season. I'm on record saying that he is a dark horse candidate to win the NFL rushing title this year. How impactful do you believe Mike McDaniel's arrival as OC is going to be on Hampton's game? Do you believe the second-year running back is on the brink of a career year like me? And what scheme adjustments under McDaniel could really spring the young running back loose?
I love that you brought that up, because when you think Mike McDaniel, you think of those lightning quick offenses of 23, 24, 25 even when they were good. You know, you think about 10, you think about Tyreek Hill, and that's what's gotten this Chargers fan base all at Twitter, right? Will the Chargers sign Tyreek Hill? I don't know. He's 32. He's coming off a serious injury. If he was fully healthy, he'd be a free agent, all of these things. But you think of Mike McDaniel and you think of quick, you think of fast offenses. What people don't think about, but you clearly have, is that Mike McDaniel loves to run the ball. He loves a blocking tight end. He loves to use a fullback. And this all lends itself to Omarion Hampton having a breakout season. When you look at the stuff rate of last season and what Omarion Hampton were up against, and Kamani Vidal too, who ran the ball for the Chargers, they were screwed. The stuff rate was extremely high, which means they weren't able to get beyond the line of scrimmage, okay? They were stopped behind the line of scrimmage or maybe got a yard or two. And why is that? It goes back to that crappy O-line I was just telling you about. No offense to those guys. It just was an awful offensive line. You play the tape and you see it snap after snap, down after down. And it didn't affect just Justin Herbert's name or progress. It hit Omarion Hampton as well. And so I think with a new solid O-line, with Justin in time, Omarion Hampton with some blocking, and you're going to see that breakout year that you have predicted.
Oh, Shannon, speaking my language, much appreciated. Follow-up question from me. Earlier this week, Daniel Popper from The Athletic reported Ladd McConkey is, quote, the number one option, end quote, in this Chargers offense. Do you also believe he's going to lead the team in targets? Also, what are your thoughts about Quentin Johnston entering year 4 and coming off an 8-touchdown season in only 14 games?
I love the take on Ladd McConkey. You forget about Ladd McConkey the year before last breaking all the receiving records for rookie wide receivers with the Los Angeles Chargers, including, I believe, a Keenan Allen record. I know he broke a playoff game record for a rookie wide receiver in that playoff game that he was in 2 years ago. They're all forgettable for me. I think that one was in Houston, was it? Anyway, Ladd McConkey was huge in the slot. And then Keenan Allen came back from Chicago, remember, last year. And it did kind of mess up the chemistry. Ladd McConkey will be the first to tell you, I'm not just a slot receiver. But you put Keenan in that slot, and Ladd McConkey's production fell off a lot last season. So with no Keenan Allen this year, that's what I'm hearing, you've got Ladd McConkey back getting those numbers. He has a great connection with Justin Herbert. He wants the ball. He's hungry. He's got that wide receiver attitude. Yes, Q is hit or miss. Q had a great season last year. I know those drops on him, they stick to his name, but Q had a great season last year. When he's sure-handed, he is not going to miss. He's a deep threat. And they're also excited about Trey Harris. The wide receiver room, yes, it's a little shaky. If you're an outsider looking in, you may hear a Ladd McConkey or a Trey Harris and go, but these are guys that they are very excited about in the building, and they obviously have what they want in that wide receiver room, which is why you're not seeing them make another play at this point.
Talking to Shannon Farron here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. Shannon is the Chargers sideline reporter, also co-host of Gary and Shannon on iHeartRadio. You can follow her on Twitter at Shannon Farron. You just mentioned Keenan Allen. You took the next question right out of my mouth, but I will ask it anyway. I know you said that's what you're hearing, but, I mean, is there any chance the Chargers are going to re-sign Keenan Allen? Because, very decent chance. He's in Canton, Ohio when his playing days are done, but those days aren't done just yet. He's still a free agent. So over 700 yards and the 4 touchdowns last year. And I know the last public comments from GM Joe Ortiz was that he wasn't going to close the door. That was 2 months ago. So I know you said that's what you're hearing. Does it sound like it's basically a formality that he's not coming back? And if Keenan Allen isn't back with the Bolts, do you think there's any other moves the Chargers might make this late into the offseason to improve the wide receiver room?
The door is not closed. I don't know what Keenan Allen wants, and that's really the big X factor here. What does Keenan want? What does he want money-wise? What does he think he's worth at this point in his career? What will he take that wouldn't be an embarrassment for Keenan Allen? What would it take for him? Is he waiting for another team to show interest? His family wants to stay in Los Angeles. I know that. They stayed in Los Angeles when he went to Chicago for a year. So that's just something to think about. Does he want it enough? Does he want to come back? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know what's going on in his head. I know the Chargers wouldn't say no if he was probably open to a deal that was reasonable for them, I don't think, because everyone likes a storybook ending of Keenan Allen retiring as a Charger. But I don't know where he's at headspace-wise. There have been talks, like I said, about Tyreek Hill, the potential of him teaming back up with Mike McDaniel. There have been talks about the wide receiver from the Patriots, Booty, I think is his last name. So I don't know. At this point, I don't see the Chargers spending a lot of money on a wide receiver.
Interesting. Shannon, let's talk tight ends. Accomplished tight end David Njoku was a late arrival this spring to the organization, but Oronde Gadsden is expected to be the TE1. Kind of was a semi-breakout candidate last year. How do you see Njoku being utilized alongside Gadsden this season? And do you feel that Njoku is going to carve out a substantial red zone role? So talk tight ends to me.
I love talking tight ends because I think they're so important, especially for the Chargers offense, and especially when you've got Jim Harbaugh and Mike McDaniel teaming up. That actually is the duo I'm most excited to see. I think it's a match made in heaven, personality-wise and strategy-wise. But Njoku, I think, is kind of like a locker room guy at his age. He is going to be able to teach Gadsden more. They're very excited about Oronde. He really is a star. He's got the physicality. You know, it's clear his dad was a wide receiver with Miami. He's got the pedigree. He looks the role. He looks like a league beater when you see him. He's just not developed enough yet to be tight end one. I think that's what they realized last season. He's the future, no doubt, in their minds inside the building. They love what they're seeing. His work ethic is incredible. I mean, this was a kid who would ride to training camp on his bike at 5 a.m. every day. The want, the why, it is all there for Oronde Gadsden. I just think that they wanted somebody in that locker room that's going to kind of shepherd him. And Njoku obviously is a great team guy, a great locker room guy, and has a lot more to give on the field. And I love that they brought him in, and I'm excited to see what happens with the tight ends. Also, Alec Ingold, who they brought in at fullback, I think that he plays a big role, selfless player there as well. So when it comes to blocking, I think you're going to have a lot of options, especially, you know, like we were talking about for this run game that had yet to – you know, Jim Harbaugh loves a run game. Mike McDaniel loves the run game, set up that pass, and it just couldn't get off the ground last year, unfortunately, because of the O-line. So I'm really excited to see that.
We're talking to Shannon Farron here on BetMGM tonight. She's the Chargers sideline reporter, also co-host on Gary and Shannon and iHeartRadio. Shannon, what do you think the impact of Jesse Minter leaving to take the Ravens head coaching job will have on the defense? They were a top 5 unit in just about every category a season ago. And I know Jim Harbaugh, defensive-minded guy. He's the head of the Snake. But, you know, Jesse Minter played a huge role, obviously, calling the plays for the defense and his scheme that he brought along from his days with Coach Harbaugh in Michigan. And to turn it forward, what should we expect from the new defense coordinator, Chris O'Leary?
Chris O'Leary is a guy that's kind of homegrown. He was with the Chargers organization. The players love him. No doubt about it, Jesse Minter leaves a huge hole, but what he left behind is a scheme that works. And most importantly, it's a scheme that works with Derwin James. It's a scheme where Derwin James gets to be Derwin James. There have been years where he hasn't been able to do that, where there have been schemes that I won't name names, but there have been coaches and schemes where he wasn't able to be at the top of his ceiling. Jesse Minter came in and changed that, and he let Derwin be Derwin. And he kind of was a coach that would change the scheme to fit around the talents of the players. He wouldn't take players and fit them into his scheme. He would do the opposite in terms of having everyone play to their strengths. And obviously that's something the guys love because they get production. They see their own numbers go up and skyrocket, and then the team does well. And it's a buy-in for that whole defense. And it worked so great. And the schemes that he was able to do and the adjustments Jesse Minter was able to make week to week based on who the Chargers was playing was just genius stuff. I know that word is tossed around, but Jesse Minter is a name that's gonna be around a long time, and people are gonna remember it just because of the way that he coaches and the way he is able to talk to players and get the most out of them. But what he brought to the Chargers and what he built remains with this defense, largely intact. And it will carry on. And they've got a guy in Chris O'Leary who loves them just as much and is exciting to watch out there, has the energy, next level energy. So it'll be exciting to see how that plays out as well. But yeah, the leadership in Derwin James and that defense with Khalil Mack there, it is still there. You know what I mean? It's still very much intact. The D-line, it's a different makeup this season, and it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. But you've got Khalil Mack, you've got Thule, who doesn't get the recognition always that he should get. He's like Khalil Mack Jr., but even comparable numbers last season. So it'll be fun to see that develop as well.
Finally, Shannon, one more for you. You mentioned the D-line. Akeem Mesidor, the first-round draft pick on the edge, is going to be exciting to watch. What draft pick from this rookie class are you most excited about? You have Akeem Mesidor. You have Jake Slaughter, who's going to compete for a starting spot on the line from Florida. The receiver, Brendan Thompson from Mississippi State. A bunch of other draft picks in the later rounds. But what draft pick are you most excited from this Chargers rookie class?
Oh, you nailed it for me. It's Mesidor. What a beast. Speed, hands, everything, length. I mean, I love defense. I love aggression. I love speed off the edge. That is my language. So that's definitely what I'm looking at this season for sure. In this training camp, that's going to be what I'm looking at for sure.
Well, Shannon, we appreciate the time. Thank you so much. Training camp just around the corner, and we hope to catch up with you and talk some more Chargers football very soon.
Thanks, you guys. Always great to talk to you. I love your predictions. I love your energy. You're one of my favorite shows, and I try to listen to you every chance I get.
Oh,
wow,
thanks, Shannon.
Yeah. Very kind. Thank you so much, Shannon. Take care. There you go, Shannon Farron, Chargers sideline reporter. Also, check out her show, Gary and Shannon on iHeartRadio. And you can follow her on Twitter at Shannon Farron. All right. We will take a short break, 310-840-4910. And when we come back, speaking of predictions, we got to finish off our three-point stance on the Bolts. Do you think they're a playoff team this year? Our friends at BetMGM have their win total at 9.5. They probably got to get over that if they're going to make the playoffs. Me and Brad will debate when we come back. 310-840-4910. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The NFL's offseason isn't over yet.
What is the holdup? Like, you've got two teams that basically have to pause everything they're doing because the NBA doesn't have its ducks in a row here. Like, this is an embarrassment. Why can't they figure this out? And does it mean that Kawhi's going to get suspended? I don't know the answer to that question. It doesn't feel great, right? The fact that the trade's on pause right now. Who the hell knows? Is the trade going to get, like, not vetoed, but reneged? Is that what's going to happen here? And Kawhi's going to be back on the Clippers? And the Raptors are going to get their players back and get their picks back? Like, what's happening here? Does no one think this is embarrassing for the NBA, that this is dragged out this long? And that this is now going to impact potentially this season because something that came out before last season hasn't been figured out yet. Let's get it figured out by the end of the summer. Come on, man. Like, these are the kind of things, and I love the NBA, and you know I love the NBA. You can tell, right? I love talking about it. I love watching it. These are the kind of things when Adam Silver does and says, where you're just like, dude, are you in over your head? Are you running a tight ship here? September. Pablo Torre found out 10 months ago. The NBA hasn't found out yet. The NBA hasn't found out yet. We don't know if the Clippers lied. We don't know if Kawhi's lying. We don't know if this trade's going to go through. It's July 15th. Like, the season starts in a couple months. When are we going to know?
Welcome on back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We will get to a bunch of your phone calls here in 1 minute. The number to join the show if you want to hop in, 310-840-4910. Quick shout out, though, to Shannon Farron joining us last segment. And how about those compliments? Keep them coming, Shannon.
Crazy.
Charger sideline reporter. Loves the show, loves when we go at it and make our predictions. Well, we're going to make another prediction in a couple of minutes. Over or under team wins on the Chargers this year. Basically, do you think the Chargers are a playoff team? Is that 9.5? It's going to be tough for them to get into the playoffs at 9-8 or any worse than that. 10-7? pretty good shot they'll be a wild card team. Also, maybe you think they win the division. Who knows? Maybe Mike McDaniel unlocks the whole damn thing. But let's get to your phone calls here first. We got a couple of callers that want to weigh in on the Chargers and some football as well. So let's get to that. Todd is in Tampa next up on BetMGM tonight. Todd's on line one. What's going on, Todd?
And he won the Super Bowl. Justin Herbert, you haven't showed me nothing. Okay, you're up 26. Forget about last year. You were up 26-0, and you couldn't close out the Jaguars. Don't give me that nonsense. You still haven't showed me nothing. That was your first take to her coming out of there. And that's the bottom line. Now we're asking. Allen hasn't showed us nothing with Buffalo when the money's on the table. Lamar, I love Lamar, but he hasn't showed us anything when the money's on the table. And Justin Herbert hasn't shown us anything when the money's on the table. So there you go. Lionel Messi showed me something when the money's on the table. Lionel Messi showed me something when the chips were down, okay? Egypt was up 2-0 with 80 minutes played, and then all they had to do was close out for 10 more. They couldn't get it done. England was up 1-0, and with 85-minute mark, and they score, and then Lionel puts another ball in there. Lionel gets it done, okay? It's almost like watching Joe Montana and Tom Brady who gets it done when the money's on the table, okay? Let me say something to my Buccaneers, and I'll close with this. What are y'all waiting on? We got Baker. If we're going to give you $50 million, okay, we're waiting for you to take us to the promised land. Okay, this team is good enough, even though we lost with Reuben Bain and our defense and coaching defensive turnovers. We division, and we should be playoff bound and playing the Rams in the NFC Championship game. I'll talk to you later, guys. Peace. Great show.
Todd, like a shot out of a cannon every time. We love it.
Scatter
Appreciate it.
Stuff. That was great.
Glad you enjoyed the interview. I agree with most of what he said. Lionel Messi, with the money's on the table, he showed me something. He was right about most of the players he criticized, except for Josh Allen. That's the one thing. That's the one part I'll push back here. Josh Allen, yes, hasn't been to a Super Bowl. Can't beat Mahomes and the Chiefs in the playoffs. But here's this, and last year was Josh Allen's fault, and that's why he was so emotional. He was crying after they lost to Denver, the turnovers, the horrible fumble before the end of the first half. That was terrible. That was his first bad playoff game. Josh Allen has played 15 career playoff games. That's almost a full season. In those 15 playoff games, 3,915 passing yards, 29 touchdowns, only 6 interceptions, 9 rushing touchdowns, and 767 rushing yards. Except for last year, anytime the Buffalo Bills had lost a playoff game, it was anybody but Josh Allen's fault. That changed with the loss to Denver, but I still think when the money's on the table, to use Todd's words, Josh Allen usually shows up. It was either his defense or it was Sean McDermott or it was somebody else that let him down. It was not Josh Allen, but I agree with everything else he said on the call.
The strongest takeaway from me, NFL players, you have aspiring goals. You want to reach the upper levels of achievement. Just be Leo Messi, period, end of story.
Especially when the money's on the table. That's the most important thing. If the money's off the table, it doesn't matter. But when the money's on the table, you better show up. Otherwise, Todd in Tampa will let you know about it. All right, we stay in the great city of Tampa Bay. And we go to Dave in Tampa next up on BetMGM tonight, 310-840-4910. Dave in Tampa is next up on line 2. What's up, Dave?
Guys, I've been calling for a long time. Is it okay to be slow and measured with my thoughts here, guys?
Sure.
Coming from Tampa. Hey, as far as this year's competitive, I mean, look at every division. It's ridiculous. NFC North, NFC South. Oh no, that NFC South not the only the team or the division that's no good. But guys, I want to go to Jim Harbaugh and Blake Corum. You guys watched Blake Corum his last 2 years, did you not?
In Michigan, or are you talking about with the Rams?
No, in Michigan.
Yeah.
All he did was score TDs, guys. And then when he came up to the draft, Harbaugh, I swear to gosh, I was pulling for him to take Corum, but he took McConkey. Now I want to get to the Rams backfield, okay, guys? That's what I mainly want to call. They got Blake Corum. Did you see him play last year?
Yes, we did.
About 30% of the snaps.
Well, I thought he did pretty good. And then they've got James. And, with all the Rams, nobody's even talking about this backfield, guys.
Yeah, well, hold on, Dave. Let me just rewind. When you said Blake Corum, did we see him his last 2 years in Michigan? Did you say all he did was about 4 TDs or 40?
No, he scored. I believe he scored over 20 touchdowns in 2 years.
Yeah, 27.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That's what he's alluding to.
I thought he said all he did was 4. I was going to say, whoa, hold on. So you're saying you want Blake Corum to get more touches this year in that Rams backfield?
Well, I'm a big fan, and the irony to me, guys, is Harbaugh could have had him. And look at the irony; they're both playing in the same city, and Corum could stick it up his rear end.
Well, yes. I mean, they'd have to meet in the Super Bowl unless the Rams play the Chargers this year, which off the top of my head, I'm not sure if they do. And I'm not sure
it's
that
possible.
It was. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. I mean, he went 3rd round, pick 83. So, yeah, I guess the Chargers then did have to pass on him 3 times. I mean, he wasn't he was a middle round draft pick. And so, I mean, he's made a pretty decent career out of himself so far. Like you said, Brad, he got about 30% of the touches last year, 750 rushing yards and 6 touchdowns. You love Amarian Hampton. Who would you rather have in the Chargers backfield, Amarian Hampton or Blake Corum?
Oh, Amarian Hampton in a walk. And by the way, Blake Corum is going to see an uptick in touches this season. The rumor mill circulating about believes him and Kyron Williams could be like 60-40 split, Kyron to Corum. So you're going to see a little bit more of him this year.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. I guess look, Dave, we appreciate the call. I guess that might just be one of Blake Corum's biggest fans that exists because I don't know. I mean, I said Kyron Williams for me is the 10th best running back in the NFL. I'm not sure how many more touches you want Blake Corum to eat into Kyron Williams when he ran for over 1,200 yards and had another 10 touchdowns on the ground last year. So, and Blake Corum is not a big receiving. Like Kyron Williams is the also best pass catching running back out of the two as well. But I mean, look, I guess, we see those sometimes college running backs, they change your life and they make you fans for life. And I guess Blake Corum's got a fan for life. And Dave, really quickly, Brad, we got about 90 seconds. Finishing off our 3-point stance from earlier in the hour, over under 9.5 wins on the Chargers. I'm going under. I think Jesse Minter is a massive loss. I do think Jim Harbaugh, yes, defensive guy. Yes, Minter was his DC at Michigan. Yes, a lot of that scheme is still going to be there. I think the defense held this team up last year by their bootstraps. I know the offensive line is healthy. I know Mike McDaniel is here. I think you take Jesse Minter out, I think this defense looks more average than they do elite. And I'm sorry, I can't buy Justin Herbert, who can't win a playoff game. Even if they have a great running game, even if he's got Mike McDaniel, their schedule is much more difficult. I think they land at exactly 9 wins, 9-8. I think they missed the playoffs by a game this year. I'm going under.
I'm going to take the over. I think they win 10 on the nose. I think that ground game is going to be humming because of Amarian Hampton. I think the pass game is going to be better than you think. The defense is a question mark. The offensive line, though, I think is going to be top 10 as long as they stay healthy. The key games, week 5 against Denver, week 13 at Tampa, week 17 against KC. They get to 10, and I win on that over.
There you go. All right, Brad, we'll bid you adieu, brother, and can't wait for another one day closer to football. Another big Thursday show tomorrow, brother.
And a whopping 1 Major League Baseball game. Really?
That's right. Yeah, standalone game tomorrow. We'll have that to sink our teeth into. When we come back, though, 2 solo hours begin. How Argentina hold off another stunner and what it means for England. I'm Pat Boyle. He's Brett Evans. BetMGM tonight.
This is Westwood One Sports.
What is the holdup? Like, you've got two teams that basically have to pause everything they're doing because the NBA doesn't have its ducks in a row here. Like, this is an embarrassment. Why can't they figure this out? And does it mean that Kawhi's going to get suspended? I don't know the answer to that question. It doesn't feel great, right? The fact that the trade's on pause right now. Who the hell knows? Is the trade going to get, like, not vetoed, but reneged? Is that what's going to happen here? And Kawhi's going to be back on the Clippers? And the Raptors are going to get their players back and get their picks back? Like, what's happening here? Like, does no one think this is embarrassing for the NBA, that this is dragged out this long? And that this is now going to impact potentially this season because something that came out before last season hasn't been figured out yet. Let's get it figured out by the end of the summer. Come on, man. Like, these are the kind of things, and I love the NBA, and you know I love the NBA. You can tell, right? I love talking about it. I love watching it. These are the kind of things when Adam Silver does and says, where you're just like, dude, are you in over your head? Are you running a tight ship here? September. Pablo Torre found out 10 months ago. The NBA hasn't found out yet. The NBA hasn't found out yet. We don't know if the Clippers lied. We don't know if Kawhi's lying. We don't know if this trade's going to go through. It's July 15th. Like, the season starts in a couple months. When are we going to know?
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we got 2 solo hours coming your way, as we do every night, taking you to 11 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Thomas Tuchel screwed it for England. Credit to Leo Messi, more Messi magic. Credit to Argentina for never saying die, being the unkillable team, maybe the most unkillable team in World Cup history, and what has been the greatest World Cup in history, in my opinion. But man, England should be playing in the World Cup final on Sunday. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. But if their manager didn't play scared, didn't manage scared, and basically didn't go into the prevent defense in the middle of the third quarter, to give you a football comparison, England would be playing Spain in the World Cup final on Sunday. This loss is on Thomas Tuchel. And, man, I really don't know if he should be coming back as the England manager. 310-840-4910 is our talking text line. You could call the show. You could text the show. 310-840-4910. So another captivating, jaw-dropping finish in the World Cup today in the semifinals. England up 1-0 off of a goal from Anthony Gordon on a beautiful cross of Morgan Rogers. Gordon half volley inside of the net on the inside netting to put England up just after the second half resumed. They were the better team up to that point. They deserved to be up 1-0. They had deserved to win the game. And then Thomas Tuchel, England's manager, who, by the way, this is his first time managing an international team. He was the manager of Borussia Dortmund in Germany, won a German Cup with them, was the manager at PSG in France, won a couple of league titles with them, was the manager at Chelsea in the Premier League, won a Champions League trophy with them, and then managed Bayern Munich for 2 years, including winning the Bundesliga, winning the league in Germany in one of the 2 years he was there. Regarded as one of the best managers in the world, and took over England last year. This is his first major tournament. That's why I paused and I hesitated. And I think it's 50-50 as to whether or not he should come back to manage the team in the Euros 2 years from now, and whether or not he deserves to continue to be the England manager, because you take away, you rewind to the 80th minute in this game, maybe a little bit further. You rewind to like the 65th minute. They're up 1-0. England's in the World Cup semifinals. They look great. They've been playing incredibly solid as a team, and they're coming off the backs of incredible fighting spirit victories against Norway in extra time in the quarterfinals. That unbelievable game against Mexico at the Azteca in Mexico City, a true road game, a place that Mexico had not lost a competitive game in 13 years. England went down to 10 men. They had to survive. They win that game 3-2. They had to come back from 1-0 down against DR Congo. It was just, they were tested. They were battle tested. Harry Kane was great. Jude Bellingham was great. You know, we talk about the best players in the world, Mbappe, and even still at 39, I don't understand how you don't put him in the conversation still. Currently for best player in the world, Leo Messi. Erling Haaland is one of the best strikers. Rodri, arguably the best midfielder in the world. We've seen world-class defenders, great goalkeepers. Jude Bellingham reminded a lot of people why he's regarded as one of the best players in the world. And then on top of that, they're up 1-0 against Argentina. And I thought Thomas Tuchel, until that point, until he decided to play prevent defense, basically, thought he was having a great tournament. Really did. You know, they crushed Croatia to start it in the group stage. They had a disappointing tie against Ghana, but they still ended up winning the group comfortably. And they had to find different ways to win, basically 3 different ways to win in their knockout stage games against teams that, yes, they should have beaten, and they did. And England was just a couple of minutes away from their first World Cup final in 60 years. They were favored to beat Argentina. They looked like the favorite. They were playing like the favorite. It just doesn't make any sense to me why, basically at the 60-minute mark, just beyond that, he goes 5 defenders at the back and essentially parks the bus. For those of you that don't know what that means, soccer term, again, it is essentially playing prevent defense, going into a defensive shell, and playing not to lose. Why Thomas Tuchel would do that that early. There's no answer for it other than the pressure. The pressure of the moment got to him. I think he probably went into this game thinking, I'd be shocked if we win it in 90 minutes. We're probably going to have to play in extra time. And maybe we have to come from behind to tie it and send it to extra time. I just don't think Thomas Tuchel was actually prepared to have a lead in this game. And certainly not an early one. If England scores in the 75th minute, there's less than a quarter of the game to play. I mean, there's a sixth of the game to play. I mean, you're basically midway through the fourth quarter to give you another football comparison. At that point, okay, I can understand parking the bus. I can understand going 5 defenders at the back when England started the game with 4 at the back. You know, England's formation to start the game was a 4-2-3-1. If you score in the 80th minute, nobody's going to blame you for then parking the bus when there's only 10 minutes plus stoppage time to see out. But England scored earlier, and I think they scored earlier than Thomas Tuchel was planning for. When they score in the 55th minute, 10 minutes after the second half resumes, only a couple minutes later did I hear on the broadcast Stu Holden make the point. He goes, England's going 5 at the back, and you could see it right away. Sometimes formations in soccer are hard to spot, but it was pretty damn obvious. England went 5 defenders at the back. You don't do that unless you're trying to play not to lose. You don't just switch your formation when the formation you started with worked. When it got you a 1-0 lead. When you had kept Argentina at bay. Argentina had 2 shots at the half, 0 on target. It wasn't like they were peppering England with shots and then England got a lucky goal and it's like, all right, we need to adjust because we're going to get scored on if we keep playing the way we were playing. No, it was the exact opposite. Argentina could barely find inroads to attack. And England scored. Why not put the game away? Why not take the dagger and stick it into Messi's heart and the rest of Argentina's hearts? Instead, Thomas Tuchel got scared. He felt the pressure. He felt the gravitas of Leo Messi and Argentina, a team that came back from the dead in the quarterfinals against Egypt, down 2-0. They scored 3 goals and didn't even need extra time, didn't even need overtime. A team that had to survive Cabo Verde, the Cinderellas, in extra time, and they scored 2 goals in that. A team that had to survive Switzerland and got lucky, not lucky, but was playing with a man advantage. Switzerland went down to 10 men, and Argentina still needed extra time, and then they scored the 2 goals. So it's been multiple late goals in every game, and I think Thomas Tuchel said, "Man, I don't want to be the victim of that." But in doing what he did, set him up to be the victim. He invited the pressure. He welcomed in a barrage of crosses and shots and pressure. Thomas Tuchel, switching to 5 defenders at the back, parking the bus. I'll give you the term again. I'll give you the comparison. Essentially playing prevent defense in the 60th minute, 2/3 of the way through the game. Essentially, it's like the middle of the third quarter of an NFL game. These guys playing prevent defense. That's what cost England today. That's why they're playing in the 3rd place game on Saturday and not for their first World Cup title in 60 years against Spain on Sunday. 310-840-4910. That being said, I don't know if it should cost him his job, and I did see, his post-match press conference. He did vow to stay as England boss. He defended his tactics. Look, a guy like him who has a lot of pride, who is very strong. He's a very strong character. I mean, he clashed with Jude Bellingham, the leader of England, after the last game. They beat Norway, and he goes, we were sloppy. We were lucky to go through. And then, of course, the media does what the media does, and then they brought Jude Bellingham for an interview like just moments after the game ends, and the first thing the reporter says is, Thomas Tuchel said you guys were terrible and you were sloppy and you're lucky to be here. What do you think of that? Or he praised the team, said I love the spirit, Jude Bellingham, world class. He goes, but we were sloppy and we were lucky to go through. And right away, yeah, your manager said you guys played terrible. What do you think? And so Jude Bellingham's like, whatever. And then, Thomas Tuchel had to call a team meeting to clear the air before this game. And so I never expected Thomas Tuchel to be the guy that gets up to the podium and says, I screwed up. He's going to be the guy that says, I defend what I did, because look at all the goals Argentina had scored late against teams, and we defended with our for our livelihood against Mexico. We thought we could do it again today, and we didn't. But he did say, quote, we keep on going. I have a contract until the Euros, and I'm looking forward to that, even now when it is difficult to look that far ahead. And so again, I didn't expect him to go up there and resign right away. I didn't expect him to go out there and say that he was wrong. And I don't think England, the FA, the Football Association of England, I don't think they're going to fire him or sack him, as the Brits like to say, right? Instead of fire, you get sacked in soccer, which is pretty cool. We should probably honestly bring that here. We should bring that here to the NFL. Mike Tomlin sacked by the Steelers. It just has a little bit more punch to it. Got more teeth to it when you get sacked. I mean, quite literally, think about it, football terms. You get sacked. I always think of like somebody taking like a potato sack and just like stuffing it over the guy's head and then like tying him up, throwing him in the trunk of somebody's car. I don't think he's going to get sacked. And again, it is very easy to look at those last 10 minutes and the last 20 minutes, which was, it was a terrible managerial decision. And I think he's the reason they lost. Players have to play for sure. Jude Bellingham didn't have a good game. He didn't contribute to the goal. It was Morgan Rogers and Anthony Gordon. Bellingham, Harry Kane didn't have good games. But they were the better team until the substitutions, until going 5 defenders at the back, until playing prevent defense. And that's on the manager. That is the single biggest decision that changed the momentum in this game, was those coaching decisions by Thomas Tuchel. A World Cup semifinal, losing to the reigning World Cup champions, losing to the number 1 team in the world, losing to Leo Messi. Does that mean you deserve to get fired? That's tough. That's why I'd say I'm probably 50-50 on it. It's just, man, that's going to be if there is going to be a decision made, hopefully it's not in the next couple of days, because I think it would probably be just an emotional one. I do think he's a good manager, but man, England, they just find the most heartbreaking ways to lose over and over and over and over again. And you just go back. I mean, this is by the way, we think of England, we think of where soccer was created. We think like England would be a powerhouse like France has been, like Argentina now is, like Spain was, 15 years ago, and they might have a second iteration of their dynasty now. England won the World Cup in '66 when it was at home. Since then, this is their second semifinal appearance since then. That's it. Always getting knocked out in the quarterfinals or the round of 16. They didn't make it out of the group stage in 2014. Lost in the semifinals in 2018. Lost in the quarterfinals in 2022. They lose in the semifinals this time. And it's the way that they lose. And then you look at the Euros, too. They lose to Spain, heartbreaking fashion in the final 2 years ago. Lost to Italy in the Euro final in penalties. It's either like penalties, or it's after extra time, or it's a late goal. It is, again, they lose to Brazil in a 2-1 and a heartbreaking goal in 2002 at the World Cup. They lose to Croatia in extra time in the semifinal in 2018 at the World Cup. Lose to France by 1 goal in the quarterfinal 4 years ago. Have a 1-0 lead, and they blow it today against Argentina. That just seems to be England. That's their DNA. Like Argentina and Messi's DNA is this team that will not die, that is unkillable, that is unbreakable, that comes back from the dead. When you think you have them beat, you never have them beat. England is the team that suffers debilitating loss after debilitating loss. And it was one of the most painful ones because they were this close to the World Cup final. This close. And I feel like soccer fans probably say this every 4 years, like, well, there's no guarantee you'll ever get back. And, you look at the team, and unless you're like a team full of 20, 22-year-olds, England's got some young players. They also have some vets. Harry Kane's going to be in his mid-30s the next time the World Cup rolls around. There is no guarantee that this team gets back. That might have been their best shot. And it's a manager from Germany who ends up costing them that chance to get to the World Cup final. 310-840-4910. But it was Messi on the first assist. It was Messi on the second assist with a right-footed cross. Messi, who's lefty. Right-footed cross finding Lautaro Martinez for the goal. And here's the thing, too. You bring in the big guy, Dan Burn, who's like 6'7". He could be playing tight end in the NFL. And you go 5 defenders at the back. And you give up the game-winning goal on a cross to Lautaro Martinez. It's not like Romelu Lukaku out-jumped you. Not like Zlatan. Not like Mario Mandzukic. Guys that are like 6'4", 6'5". You have 5 defenders playing in the back, and Lautaro Martinez is unmarked on a cross from Messi in stoppage of the 92nd minute. How do you let that happen? Scaloni, Argentina's manager, who, by the way, I thought he made a lot of mistakes in this game. The starting lineup, starting Simeone, Diego Simeone's kid, and honestly, I don't even, is Giuliano Simeone, starting him, he had played one game in the World Cup, and it was their meaningless group stage game against Jordan. They had already won the group stage. That was the only match he played in the World Cup. But because you have so much history between these two teams, England, Argentina, I'm sure you've maybe heard by now the 1982 Falkland Islands military conflict, which is basically an undeclared war between Argentina and England that killed over 900 people, 3 citizens. They fought for 2 months before Argentina surrendered. Britain, England, the UK, Great Britain, whatever you'd like to call them. It's their territory. It's right next to Argentina, though. Argentina in 1982, they were like, no, that's our territory. We're going to reclaim it. And then Britain was like, the hell you are. They sent their navy. 900 people died, over 900 people. And in 2 months, Argentina was like, all right, fine. We surrender. Yeah, a lot of animosity between these two countries. That's why it was so chippy, emotional. They hate each other. My one friend, who I played high school soccer with, he's from he's Argentine. He's not from Argentina. His parents lived in Argentina, though. And he goes, he kind of learned no other way growing up than to hate England if you're Argentine. Because of that. And not only that, some of the most infamous moments in World Cup history happened when these two teams played. This is the 5th time they've played in the World Cup in the last 40 years, 60 years. England beat them in 66 en route to winning their only World Cup title. 1986, though, 4 years after a military conflict where hundreds of people die, you had the hand of God from Diego Maradona, where he handballs the ball into the net, jumping up for a header, trying to outjump the keeper, hits off his hand, goes in. Then he scores an incredible goal minutes later. But Argentina beat England 2-1, knock England out of the World Cup. Maradona said afterwards, I think he said it in Spanish, I don't think he said it in English, but he said it was the hand of God. And everybody's like, at the time, I wasn't alive for it, but from everything I've read about it and seen in documentaries, at the time, everybody's like, he admitted that he cheated. And there was no VAR. He couldn't, you're not going to overturn that. But I think he then explained it afterwards, and he goes, no, like, God was on our side because of what happened with the Falkland Islands. Or the Islas Malvinas, or whatever you say it in Spanish. So you had that 4 years after. 1998, David Beckham, who was already a household name, gets a red card when they're playing each other in a knockout stage game, caused by Diego Simeone, who is one of the best managers in soccer. He manages Atletico Madrid in Spain. He's been at all the Argentina games. He's an Argentina soccer legend, kind of with a little, rubs Beckham's head a little bit, kind of, just messing with him, bleephousery, if you will. After he slammed to the ground, Beckham kind of, by the way, if this ever happened now, what David Beckham got a red card for, he basically gives like a little side kick as he's laying down to Simeone. And that's what got him a red card. After the show, if you ever Google David Beckham, 1998 red card, Diego Simeone, imagine if Faux Balogun from the USA got a red card for, we thought the Faux Balogun red card was soft. This doesn't even do soft justice. But that was another iconic moment. England's superstar getting sent off for a red card for responding to somebody fouling him and kind of messing with him. Argentina wins that game in penalties. So just a hated rivalry between two countries that have not only a lot of soccer history, but military conflict history with one another. And that was a long tangent that I got on, but Argentina's manager Scaloni, he starts Simeone's kid against England. He played one game in the World Cup. You mean to tell me that's for any other reason other than that, hey, it's against England, here's maybe a little bit of psychological warfare? I thought that was a pathetic decision from Scaloni, and he got away with it. I didn't think Simeone was very good in this game. He had some moments. He didn't create anything really of impact. He could have had the game-tying goal before Argentina got it, and he had an incredible game-saving sliding tackle from Jed Spence from England, but I thought Scaloni managed this game with his starting lineup very poorly. I thought Argentina were getting, not dominated, but right below getting dominated in the first half by England, and then the England goal comes, and then Thomas Tuchel basically gift-wrapped this game and gave it to Argentina, playing not to lose, playing prevent defense. But I'd be remiss if I talked about this game, and I've been talking about this World Cup, and I think it's the greatest World Cup in history, and I think we've got a great final, which I'm going to talk about in the next over the next couple of days here, Spain and Argentina. Prediction, spoiler, by the way, I think Spain's going to win. I picked them to win it when the knockout stage started. I had Spain versus England. But I'd be remiss if we didn't get a little of an incredible moment once again on the Telemundo broadcast from the great Andres Cantor. Listen to this. Here is the call on the second Argentina goal, which ends up being the game winner, which Messi assists on. Here is Andres Cantor, the famous Telemundo soccer broadcaster, nearly losing his mind, his voice, and his soul, perhaps. Take a listen.
Marca. Messi engancha y va, tiró con la derecha. ¡Golazo argentino! Asistencia de Leo con la derecha. Por aquí no, por allá sí.
Well, I saw Bill Simmons tweet, the second goal almost broke Andres Cantor. Yeah, I would agree. That is that is an incredible call. It's an incredible call, but you can tell he's struggling. He is holding on to whatever little bit of voice he has left, but you see something enough times, you think you would be able to believe it when you see it. And it felt like it was coming. Once England did that, Argentina, Pepper, they had 13 shots in the second half. The majority of those coming in the final 25 minutes once England sat back. They had 2 shots hit the post, but it was coming. It was coming. It was inevitable. But even then, I still couldn't believe it when I saw it. Messi, again, both of the assists of the Argentina goals. The GOAT putting his stamp on what has already been the greatest soccer career of all time. And now he's got a chance to go back-to-back to finish off a legendary, probably never duplicatable career ever again. 310-840-4910. It was fun. It was a fun watch. It was a fun watch, for sure. And I didn't have a dog in the fight, honestly. I'm kind of, as great as Messi's greatness in Argentina are, I don't want him to win again. I usually root against England when it comes to soccer. Somebody that's Irish. I don't know if that needs to be explained more than that. I always root for Italy and Team USA. Italy didn't even make it. They're a disgrace. Team USA knocked out by Belgium. I used to hate Spain because they've definitely they've dominated Italy their fair share. Italy's also beaten them, but I want Spain to win this thing on Sunday. But man, you can't deny Messi's greatness. You can't, even at 39. He's been the best player in this tournament. All right, 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we've got a bunch of tweets that I want to get to. You can tweet me at PatBoyle44 and have your thoughts on this World Cup game today, on the final on Sunday, and more importantly for me, the biggest takeaway from Argentina's stunning comeback, it's on England's manager, Thomas Tuchel. He blew the game. Playing prevent defense way too early. Way too early. So we'll get your thoughts. Again, you can tweet me at PatBoyle44. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. We'll get all of your reactions when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
We know you're Jones.
Spain, thus far, in 7 games, have conceded 1 goal. Just one. Just one. And it's not like they are shutting out curtain-jerking jabroni countries here. Cape Verde didn't score against them. And you might think, well, Cape Verde almost beat Argentina or almost took Argentina to penalties and drew Uruguay 2-2. Cape Verde couldn't score, couldn't sniff a goal against Spain. Saudi Arabia doesn't score against Spain. Okay, we can say Saudi Arabia, kind of a curtain-jerking jabroni soccer country. I understand. Uruguay, desperate in its final game to get out of the group stage, no goals against Spain. Then in the knockout round, Austria scored goals in the group stage, right? Shut out, 3-0. Then Portugal, with all its attacking talent fronted by Cristiano Ronaldo, clean sheet, shut out by Spain. The only team that has scored on Spain is Belgium, which if you're American, and I think the vast majority of the audience is, probably makes you feel a little better about the way that game went, right, with Belgium in the United States. Belgium gave Spain the best game Spain has had in the World Cup. Makes you feel a little bit better if you're an American soccer fan. And then the piece de resistance, the cherry on top of the sundae, France, 0 goals yesterday. If Spain win to 0 on Sunday, which you have to think is the most likely outcome, right? Whether it's England or Argentina, Spain's probably going to win the game 1-0. Like, that's the most likely, in my estimation, the most likely outcome. We can say that 2026 Spain, the reigning European champions, Spain, are the 1985 Chicago Bears, the 2000 Baltimore Ravens. This is the Legion of Boom Seattle Seahawks. This is one of the great defenses, if not the greatest defense in the history of international football, of international soccer. Like, that's how good this is. Not an exaggeration, not an overstatement, not hyperbole. The numbers show it. and the eye test showed this is like the opposite of Jaylen Brown. Like, you watch Jaylen Brown, and he's great. And then the numbers tell you he sucks, and you think, well, how could this be possible? This is the opposite of that. This is, you watch Spain play, and you think, oh my God, this defense is impenetrable. And then you look at the numbers, and the numbers tell you the same thing. So this is just, it's unbelievable what Spain have been able to accomplish. There is a bull case to be made on the Giants, and the case is, threefold. One, it's really twofold. You can make a case it's threefold. One, John Harbaugh instills a level of competency that has not been seen for a long time. That's their bet. Two, Jackson Dart takes the leap, capital T, capital L. Can definitely happen. Can also not happen, but it could. And three, like Malik Neighbors is good to go, and the Dart to Neighbors connection becomes the linchpin of this Giants offense. You take Neighbors out of the equation. It hurts Dart. It hurts the entire team. And I kind of believe right now, and it's only July 15th, so there's a lot of time for this to get sorted out. It feels like at the moment, there's a little too much optimism around the Giants. Because again, without Neighbors, how the hell are they moving the football? With Matt Nagy calling the plays.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. I still can't get over that Andres Cantor call of that second goal. And by the way, I remember watching the clip of him calling the final penalty where Argentina scores to win the World Cup in 2022, and he's crying, full-blown tears. He's born in Argentina, lives in the U.S., works for Telemundo. Full-blown tears. And I can't get over, like the moment where it all collapsed and it's just like a lightning strike, and then he just gives you the 7 or 8 goal, and the voice is gone. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Cinema. 310-840-4910. We'll get to your calls in just a second, but I did say we had a bunch of tweets that I wanted to get to. You could tweet me at PatBoyle44. Sports God says, tweets in, I say Argentina took it. And honestly, I say it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, Pat, because I've watched soccer enough. That's how it goes. You don't possess the ball for 90 whole minutes, especially at that high of a level versus Messi and Argentina or France or Spain. If you get a 1-0 lead and it's 20 minutes left, you have to have a USA-type defense, or a Spain-type defense and lock it down. England's defense was always their weakness. Okay, I agree with everything you said, except for the USA-type defense. I mean, let's not forget the type of defensive performance USA put forth against Belgium in the round of 16. I mean, my God, it couldn't be worse than that. Their defense was good until that game. But yes, a Spain-type defense, that's the best defense in the world. And if you watched in comparison the two games, and Zlatan said it, and I was thinking it, so I'm glad that Zlatan said it. He's been great, by the way. Him and Thierry Henry, they've been great. I'll leave it at that. I'll be kind. They've been great. Zlatan said, you watch these two games, it felt like today there was so much more disappointment in England because they had the game in the palm of their hands. Yesterday, Spain was just flat out the better team than France. And at no point when Spain went up 1-0 of the early penalty, or even at any point in the second half, and they got the second goal, so maybe it's not completely apples to apples. They got that insurance goal, but Spain never gave you the impression that they were just going to play prevent defense, to park the bus, to go into a shell. They continued to play their game. They continued to play possession. They continued to keep the ball away, frustrate France, push up, beat their press, create some opportunities. That's how they got the second goal. England didn't do that. And it wasn't even like their defense was their weakness, I guess. I mean, it wasn't like they had a bad defense, in my opinion. It was the mentality. It was the coaching decisions. And Thomas Tuchel, by the way, also tried to, we changed nothing. What are you talking about? You changed nothing. You made nothing but defensive substitutions, and you put a fifth defender in the back. How could you say that? But yeah, I appreciate it's a good tweet there, other than the USA type defense from Sports God. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. I mean, so if he didn't go into a shell and England tried to go for a second goal and they got scored on, would people be criticizing Thomas Tuchel for not parking the bus? I don't know, but he did park the bus and it backfired big time. Michael Elenoff tweets in, really enjoying your show tonight. I've always liked your knowledge and energy. Looking forward to the Chargers interview. Mike from Baltimore. Yeah, so that was over an hour ago. Yeah, we had Shannon Farron's Chargers sideline reporter on. I thought that was a great interview. In case you missed it, you can rewind on the Odyssey app. You can download the BetMGM Tonight podcast. But appreciate the kind words, Michael. Appreciate the kind words indeed. And then let's get to your phone calls here. 310-840-4910. Ed is next up in Maryland on BetMGM Tonight. What's going on, Ed? How you doing?
Hey, brother. How you feeling?
I'm doing good, man. How are you?
I'm good. Look, I'm definitely not a soccer aficionado. My expertise is more in football coaching. And I've been to I've been blessed to have been invited by guys that I've coached in my years to different events. I've been to, Pro Bowls, things like that. But I'm going to tell you what, when I was back in the 90s, they had a World Cup at RFK Stadium. And I'm going to tell you what, buddies of mine invited me there. I'm like, okay, I know nothing about what I'm about to see, but I'm willing to go. And I can't even remember the teams that were there. I'm sure people could Google it, but it doesn't matter. That is like an event that I've never witnessed ever. I've been to a lot of stadiums. I've never witnessed the constant hum that went on during the World Cup games that we attended. I told your producer, I said, the only time that I've ever been in RFK Stadium, I've been there for Redskin games. The only time I've ever been to RFK Stadium where it was rocking like that is when I used to follow the Grateful Dead. And that's about it. I said, it was incredible. And I think that's in the United States, that's the thing that some of us may not understand. These guys were there seriously representing a country. I mean, I heard you talk about the Argentina-England thing. These guys, they're for real about this. This is like, this is life and death for them. And I don't mean to be so extreme, but they were constantly cheering the whole time for hours.
Yeah, no, that's
they
fair to
never stopped cheering. Dude, I've never seen anything like that in my life. And it was a wonderful experience because you saw people that were they maybe go home and be on different sides of the aisle. I don't really care. But right there, it was a group of people and there were no fights or nothing like that. One group was on this side of the stadium. One group was on the other side. I was not representing anybody because I've never been intimidated in a crowd. But I knew that I need to keep my mouth shut and just enjoy the show because these people were serious. And it was just a wonderful experience. And if you've never attended one, everybody should go at least one time because that is what fandom is all about right there. Take care, brother.
Yeah, great call, Ed. Damn right, man. Appreciate it. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. That is true of a lot of countries, and he didn't remember the games he was at, but that's a lot of countries. They will sing, they will chant the entire game. They will stand and sing or chant the entire game. I don't know if I think American fan culture is fine. I don't think I'm not going to be the guy that says we need to be more like soccer fans. Because I don't even understand, how do they learn all those chants like in unison? Now I'm sure there are certain songs that are like, famous, that are storied, that go back 20, 30 years. Like I know, like I watch the Premier League on the weekends during the season, and like if you can hear some of those chants, and they're like they're new, like for new players on the team, or they'll say things about the opposing team's player, they'll have chants. And it's like, you definitely only created that in the last couple of weeks. Like, how do you have that down? Where do you guys meet? There's like a meeting group for the most diehard fans, and they like practice these chants and these songs that they hand them out on like a slip, like like if you're in a band or an orchestra and you have the sheet music in front of you. Is that I don't know, but yeah. So again, I don't think like American sports fan culture needs to become that, but it is amazing when you do go to a soccer game and you witness that, or you see it on TV. They flash in the shots in the crowd, and every time it is fans from that country cheering, singing, standing. Argentina for sure, England absolutely for sure. It was an electric atmosphere. I would have loved to have been in that building in Atlanta. 310-840-4910. All right, we got more callers on hold. We'll get right back to your phone calls when we return. You could text the show as well. We've got some texts rolling in, 310-840-4910. And you can tweet me at PatBoyle44. Lex Staley says, he tweets in, I couldn't agree more. It was the soccer version of the prevent. Yep, Thomas Tuchel to blame for the England loss, the collapse today, one that's going to go down in infamy as Argentina moves on to the World Cup final to play Spain on Sunday. I'm Pat Boyle. We're coming right back. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
It was my very first total play of the year, and I bought it back in, I think, March, which was under 8.5, under 9 is what I bought it back then. I am not a believer in what's about to happen this season. I think that
he's going to get fired if they win 8 games, right?
I think he might get fired before they get to the 8 games. I'd have to go check his contract status and kind of check in with some of the talking heads you and I talk with that are on the beat report about what his contract situation is if Alabama will try to get out of it. But it's not. I think Kalen DeBoer stepped into a situation that most of us don't really see from the high level view, which is Alabama didn't really have an NIL program and they didn't really have any money when he got there, and there were a lot of kids taking a Saban discount, and that affects who you can grab in the portal. It affects the money that you have. Like we had to let Ryan Grubb go to the NFL. Now he's back calling plays, but then Ryan Williams, your star wide receiver, who should be as good as Jeremiah Smith, just absolutely disappears from the entire season. Is he going to show up this year? Other problems for Alabama. They didn't have a running game last year. They have less than the running game that they had last year going into this season without Jam Miller coming back. And so if you can't run the ball and you're reliant on a passer and you think Keelan Russell is going to save you, you need an offensive line to at least protect a little bit. So the defense isn't going to be as good. The offense doesn't have a running game still. And now, instead of Ty Simpson, we don't have a proven quarterback, and we're going into another quarterback battle with, a 5-star kid that doesn't have any experience, or Austin Mack, who's been in the Ryan Grubb program for 5-6 years and still can't get a start. So I'm really down on Alabama. And the schedule is, look, if you look at the teams on this schedule, right? First off, South Carolina, Lenora Sellers, they play they will put a bruising on you every week, no matter if you win
and
that
Sellers
game or not.
is an NFL quarterback also. Sellers is going to get drafted early next year.
Oh, if he played for Alabama, I wouldn't be having this conversation about an under. But Mississippi State is going to be improved. Georgia is where they are. Tennessee is improved. Texas A&M is going to be, same level. Like this schedule, and then we talk about November 7th against LSU. This schedule is brutal. It's nasty. So I don't want anything to do with Alabama. It's an under for me.
literally put me to sleep last night. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game is the cure for insomnia. We've cracked it. If you're out there and you've got trouble falling asleep, if you're up, this is should be like an infomercial. We need the fine print on the screen underneath me. Some cheesy, let's do some remix of some song from the 70s. Gotta go to sleep. I'm really tired tonight. This is it. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game could not be more boring. There's less than no juice. There's a glass, and in the glass, there could be juice. In this glass, not only is there no juice, but there's dust at the bottom of it. And I don't understand, and I say this about many different broadcasts of many different events. Why can't it just be sports? Why can't we just do sports? Why do we need a concert in between multiple innings of the Midsummer Classic? What a joke. You know what the Midsummer Classic actually is? Me having a beer sitting outside when it's 75 degrees at 7:30 at night, when it's still light out. That's the Midsummer Classic. You know what the Midsummer Classic is? The first day of NFL training camp. That's the Midsummer Classic. Do you know what the Midsummer Classic is? NBA free agency. That's the Midsummer Classic. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game puts you to sleep. It's horrific. And people want to bash the Home Run Derby. The Home Run Derby, I mean, you can't compare these two events. You can't compare them. This is like Breaking Bad Season 1 versus the final season. One can put you to sleep. The other is a thrill ride. White knuckle. You're watching, you're entertained throughout. You can't compare them. It sucks.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Getting born in the state of Mississippi. My papa was a copper and my mama was a hippie. In Alabama, she was swinging hammer. I used to know every single word of this song. Was anything? Now I've probably lost 30% of the words. Do you ever have those songs, for whatever reason, you had to know every single word to it? Robbing on a bank in the state of Indiana. See, it comes back to me. But this was it for me. Danny California. I had to know every word. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight. Let's get back to your phone calls here. Talking World Cup. We got some texts that we're going to get to here in just a moment as well. One, I'm going to be honest. I already read the text in the break. I have no idea what it means. It's borderline not from the English language. So just that'll be good. But let's get to your phone calls here. We're talking World Cup. Argentina coming back to stun England 2-1. I blame England's manager Thomas Tuchel for the collapse. 5 defenders at the back in the 60-minute mark of a 90-minute game plus stoppage time, playing parking the bus, essentially playing prevent defense in the middle of a third quarter. Not great. Messi magic, 2 assists on both of the goals. Argentina back in the World Cup final for the second straight time. They play Spain on Sunday. 310-840-4910. Let's get to Africa, who's in New York, next up on BetMGM Tonight. What's going on?
What's going on, brother? I called 7 days ago and we disconnected after I gave you my thoughts. So first and foremost, like I said, Messi is the GOAT. He's proven that now. But although it's nothing. Shout out to my boy Jay from England. I was rooting for England today, but it just didn't pan out for them. And yes, I do believe Tuchel is to blame, but at the same time, I'm not convinced. First they did it versus Iraq, and now this? I don't know, bro. I don't know. Infantino has an agenda, and it's coming to fruition. The script is being done to perfection. I have no idea. Also, just a ramble.
Well, when you say, hold on.
After,
when you say the script, are you speaking kind of trollingly, metaphorically, or do you really think that this was rigged for Messi to get to the World Cup final again?
Wait, could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
No, I was saying, like, when you say, like, the script, and like, I know we kind of say, oh, like, the script is, like, here's the script. Like, are you saying that kind of metaphorically? Like, this is this, like, Messi back in the World Cup final against Lamine Yamal. I see the pictures on social media. There was some UNICEF charity thing that Lamine Yamal's family won when he was a 5-month-old baby, and he got pictures with Messi at Barcelona. People are resurfacing that. So are you saying it's the script metaphorically, or are you actually saying that FIFA has rigged this for Argentina?
No, I was at first saying that, like, FIFA rigged it for Argentina straight up, but, like, that was, Messi agenda. I have the Messi agenda. I think he's better than Ronaldo. I love everything that's happening. At the same time, I hate it. But the thing that you just mentioned with Lamine, oh, my God, that is just mind-boggling. I saw that, and I was just rocked. That's the double script. I don't even know how they pulled that off, but I'm rooting for Spain. I don't know. I want Messi to do it, but at the same time, I'm rooting for Spain. It's just tough. It's just tough.
Yeah, appreciate the call. It is. I mean, if you are a neutral supporter and you are looking for a team to support, again, there's all the reasons in the world to jump on the Messi Argentina bandwagon. It's most likely he hasn't confirmed he's going to retire, but he is 39 years old. Most likely his final World Cup. It's his final World Cup game, his final game with Argentina. He's the greatest of all time. And, I know that the greatest of all time doesn't mean you always want them to win. I think there's a lot of people that hated Tom Brady. I'm sure there's a lot of reasons, not that people hate Shohei Ohtani, but there's a lot of reasons people want the Dodgers to lose because they spent $1 billion and they've become a dynasty. But Messi seems to be a universally liked player. Like, I don't think I've ever heard anybody say, I hate Messi. So, the greatest of all time playing in his final game, Argentina trying to go back-to-back, or do you root for Spain, who is an incredible team in every sense of the word? They're defensive-minded. Do you like watching defense in soccer? I'm sure there's a lot of people that probably think the game is boring as it is already, and so they want goals. And so it feels like a lot of people will be rooting for Argentina. Spain is the favorite, by the way. On BetMGM, they're minus 160 to win. Not in 90 minutes, just to win, no matter in any fashion. They're minus 160. It's a pretty decently sized favorite. I'm a little bit surprised Spain is that big of a favorite. I think that's more of an overreaction to how much they dominated France. But I did pick Spain to win. I do think they win. But yeah, a lot to talk about with the World Cup final in the next couple of days. Really quickly, we're going to save the text that I have no idea what means, but we do have a 208 number that texts in, please stop with the kickball. Nobody cares. Even Andres Cantor is tired of it. Move on. Yeah, how about you shut up, bozo, okay? There's one more game left to go, and it's on Sunday, and we're going to talk about it on Monday, and then don't you worry. There ain't going to be too much more soccer talk after that. So why don't you take a lap? 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight. Hot or cold? Coming up next to kick off the final hour. I'll also preview the Open Championship in the last hour as well. This is Westwood One Sports.
What is the holdup? Like, you've got two teams that basically have to pause everything they're doing because the NBA doesn't have its ducks in a row here. Like, this is an embarrassment. Why can't they figure this out? And does it mean that Kawhi's going to get suspended? I don't know the answer to that question. It doesn't feel great, right? The fact that the trade's on pause right now. Who the hell knows? Is the trade going to get, like, not vetoed, but reneged? Is that what's going to happen here? And Kawhi's going to be back on the Clippers? And the Raptors are going to get their players back and get their picks back? Like, what's happening here? Does no one think this is embarrassing for the NBA, that this is dragged out this long? And that this is now going to impact potentially this season because something that came out before last season hasn't been figured out yet. Let's get it figured out by the end of the summer. Come on, man. Like, these are the kind of things, and I love the NBA, and you know I love the NBA. You can tell, right? I love talking about it. I love watching it. These are the kind of things when Adam Silver does and says, where you're just like, dude, are you in over your head? Are you running a tight ship here? September. Pablo Torre found out 10 months ago. The NBA hasn't found out yet. The NBA hasn't found out yet. We don't know if the Clippers lied. We don't know if Kawhi's lying. We don't know if this trade's going to go through. It's July 15th. Like, the season starts in a couple months. When are we going to know?
This is BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle.
I am owed a championship, and some freaking dog is not going to deny me.
On Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Fifth and final hour of this Wednesday night Hump Day show kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Open phone lines in the final hour is how we roll, baby. You can join the show on our talking text line at 310-840-4910. Again, you could call, you could text 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. But for the entire last hour, we've been talking World Cup. We've been talking Argentina. Messi coming back from the dead yet again to knock England out. It's not confirmed. It's not coming home. That's confirmed. A lot of people, I sent out that tweet the other day, the Brits or the English, whatever you would call them, just the people from England, really an insufferable bunch, singing that Wonderwall over and over and over again after they would win. It's corny. Pathetic, honestly, really. If you pick a different song, look like a bunch of losers. And so a bunch of, it's coming home, buddy, on your soil, you helmet. I had never seen so many people call me a helmet. I didn't even know that was an insult. I had a couple people with the England emoji in their name or in their bio tell me to bite pavement. So yeah, I mean, confirmed. It's not coming home. That's what the folks from England have been saying for 60 years because they won the World Cup in 1966 and they're still clinging on to that. So, yeah. I said better Oasis song would be Don't Look Back in Anger. Especially at your manager who botched the game for you. Playing prevent defense with 35 minutes still to play. So we've been talking a lot of World Cup. We'll get back to your calls and your texts in just a bit at 310-840-4910. But coming up also, outside of hot or cold, we have a decision on George Pickens. We've got an update on LeBron James. And I'm going to preview the Open Championship, which starts tomorrow. Scottie Scheffler looking to repeat. And he had another morbid, but very funny moment at his press conference yesterday. So we'll get to that as well. But let's get in producer Brandon Combs here. And let's do a little hot or cold to kick off the fifth and final hour. Combs, what's going on, man?
Oh, just celebrating a little bit of Sophie Cunningham. Getting it done tonight. Love me some WNBA.
What you're celebrating? What did she do? Did she do another photo shoot?
Nope. She got to 10 points, which tonight was sitting at plus 160.
You got issues,
Let's
man.
Go.
You got issues.
What?
There's no sports on tonight. Well, don't get me wrong. The WNBA has become uber popular. And I know that in the sports betting world and the fantasy world as well, but I've never even heard you mention anything about a WNBA bet or anything on the WNBA. And then tonight there's no sports. All right, Sophie Cunningham, 10 points.
It's funny. My co-host on my podcast gives me crap all the time because I always talk WNBA. So I was like, oh, what are you doing? Watching another WNBA game when nothing else is on? Yeah, I like the WNBA. I'm a fan of the WNBA.
Who won the Commissioner's Cup? Is that still going?
That is not still going, and that was Golden State, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, won the Commissioner's Cup.
No, the Liberty won it.
Was
my
it
girls,
the
New York Liberty, that's the only outside of the them and the Knicks dominating basketball.
I just didn't want to admit it.
Yeah, you never do when it comes to New York sports teams winning things. It's okay, though.
Whatever. You got your NBA title. Just be happy with it.
Oh, I am. I'm more than happy. I'm never going to forget it. And I'm never going to let you forget it either.
Oh, I know. And all I need is just a good year from the Chicago Bears, and that'll make it all okay. Just give me a good year.
So what's remind me, because we have you and I have some side action, right? On Caleb Williams. Did we officially do this on the show? I forget. I have dementia.
I forget as well. I do know that I think it was 4,000 yards passing.
I think you're right. Is it 4,000 yards? I have to wear a Caleb Williams jersey on the show?
Correct. And if not, then I have to shave my head and my face completely bald.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. All right. Yeah. You had yourself a deal, and you still have yourself a deal.
Yeah. No, I think the only caveat we put on there was he has to play at least 15 games or 14 games or something like that.
I think you tried to back out and say 14. Do you want to do 14 or 15?
I think I said he can't miss more than 3 games is what I said. If he misses more than 3 games, then clearly I'm at a disadvantage. It should be it's one of those where it should be where if you have a bet on a fight and the guy goes in and he's in there with an injury, you should get your money back. Same thing if a guy, misses 4 games and your betting is over on his yards. I mean, come on. You have complete disadvantage, especially if I'm shaving my face and my head.
Tell that to our friends at BetMGM. I'm sure they would they'd love to debate that with you.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd never hire me to work the books. I'm sure they would never hire me to work the books. That's for sure. But what do you mean we gave people their money back? I mean, come on, the guy was hurt. That's what it is. I'm sure a lot of people out there right now are agreeing with me, though. They're like, yeah, we should absolutely get our money back.
Oh, I'm sure there's a lot of people furious that bet on Mystic Mac on Conor McGregor and then watched that debacle last weekend.
Yes. So we had the All-Star game this week, and before we get to hot or cold, I did have a trivia question that I kind of wanted to post out there and have you answer and see if you could answer it. So this year in the home run derby, we had 173 home runs that were hit. Last year was 275. Next year, the home run derby will be played in Wrigley Field if there's a season. The Cubs are hosting the All-Star game. Wrigley Field is hosting the home run derby. The last time that they did that, it was 1990. Ryne Sandberg won that home run derby. Can you tell me how many home runs he hit?
In total.
In total.
Can I have any help here in the sense of, was it 3 rounds and it was the classic 10 outs format, or
back then they played innings. I believe it was 3 innings. And it was 3 outs per inning.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
3 innings, 3 outs per inning.
I'm double checking that right now. But I'm
by the way
pretty sure that was the format.
By the way you posed the question, I was already going to think in my head that it was probably a small number. Rhino, not the hardiest of home run hitters throughout his career. I mean, he'd have a couple of seasons, don't get me wrong, but
5 outs per inning.
5 outs per inning, 3 innings. I'm going to go ahead and say he won. And here's the thing, too, is if the wind's blowing in, if the wind's blowing out, that's one thing. I'm going to go ahead and make a guess that the wind was probably blowing in, and I'm going to say he won the home run derby with, 3 total home runs?
On the head. 3 total home runs. Wind was blowing in that day. You had 8 participants in that home run derby that included Barry Bonds, Mark McGwire.
Wow.
It included Ken Griffey Jr. Sandberg won it with 3 home runs. There were 5 total home runs in that home run derby. They decided to play it during the day. They decided to play it during the day, and the wind was blowing in. 5 total home runs. Ryne Sandberg won it with 3.
What was it, 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts? I mean, even I get wind blowing in is tough, but even then, it's the home run derby, and you got Bonds and McGwire in that. Those guys couldn't crank out more than 1 home run.
So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Barry Bonds had 1. And I'm getting the totals right now. Barry Bonds had 1. Sandberg had 3. There was one other participant who had 1, which was
Matt Williams.
Matt Williams. Jose Canseco, Bobby Bonilla, Cecil Fielder, Darryl Strawberry, Ken Griffey Jr. Sorry, Barry Bonds was not in it. Ken Griffey Jr., Jose Canseco, Bobby Bonilla, Cecil Fielder, Darryl Strawberry, all combined for 0.
Wow. And that prompted the event format to change to 3 rounds of 10 outs because of the 1990 amazingly awful home run derby at Wrigley Field.
that they decided to do at 3:00 in the afternoon.
Yeah, why? Is that just
Because
because it's
day
Wrigley and
baseball
that
at
every game is in
Wrigley.
the afternoon?
Yeah. Yes. Baseball thought it
Hmm.
would be a great gesture to make it a day derby.
By the way, excuse me, Combs, Wrigley Field didn't get lights until what? Early 2000s, right?
No. 1988.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, and even then, they played most home games in the day up until the early 2000s, or is that also wrong?
That's also wrong. But for up until the early to mid 2000s, they did, which is why they still play Friday. Every Friday home game is at 1:20. They had to limit the number of night games because of the city of Chicago's ordinance in the neighborhood, and the neighborhood would not allow them to play over a certain amount of night games until the Cubs finally got that overturned. I believe it was in 2004, 2005.
Okay, that is probably what I was remembering.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible history. That is the one thing about Chicago history that I do love, is that the Cubs, day baseball, baby.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that next year's home run derby, if it happens at Wrigley, we will have more than 5 home runs.
You never know. Don't underestimate Mother Nature.
I just can't. I mean, man, 5. Sandberg won it with 3.
Yeah.
That wouldn't get you through a round in today's derbies.
Imagine bringing your glove and you're so pumped up, and that's it. 5 for the entire event.
Unreal. The kids in the outfield were bored. The kids in the outfield had nothing to do.
Imagine spending money on that. That's like going to a baseball game, and I mean, there's pitchers duels are at least fun, but that's like going to a baseball game and you're not seeing a no-hitter or a perfect game, but it's 0-0 and there's no offense. And it's not even good. The starting pitchers are out after the 5th inning, so it's not even a good pitcher's duel. It's just there's nobody scoring.
Yeah. No, and then I mean, even the All-Star game itself finished 2-0.
Yeah, well,
it was a 2-0 game that year in the All-Star game. So you saw a grand total between the home run derby and the All-Star game, 7 runs scored.
Yep. I mean, that All-Star game last night stunk. So maybe the one in 1990 maybe a little bit better.
Yeah. We'll see.
Hey, you do a little hot or cold?
Hopefully we'll have baseball. Yes.
I was trying to lead you right into
our hot or cold.
There you go.
Yes. See? There we go. Transitions, my guy. All about transitions. The All-Star game should go back to granting the winning league home field advantage in the World Series. Hot or cold?
Hot. I'm very hot on this. I don't know why we stopped doing this. When did the All-Star game determine home field? 2003 through 2016. So it's been a full decade. And the rule was implemented following a 7-7 tie in the 2002 All-Star game where both teams ran out of available players. So again, I don't know why we got away from this. I thought that was Major League Baseball had the only All-Star game that had actual meaning, actual stakes on the line. Winner of this, the winning league gets home field advantage for the World Series. Doesn't matter. And I get it now that we do interleague play all throughout the year. You could say, well, the leagues rarely play each other other than then we did have those couple of weeks of interleague play. And so it made sense. Now it should just be determined about who has the best overall record. Yeah, I mean, it's come on. It's not like teams are playing half the schedule against the other league. Again, American League teams are playing 81 games against the National League. So if I think that argument is stupid. I think the fact that, well, what about teams that have players that they're definitely not going to make the World Series? Why would they care? Well, one, it's the All-Star game. You think they're going to blow the game because they don't want their league to have home field advantage? 2, look at the MLB standings. Almost every year, including this year, you could definitively rule out 6 teams right now from making the postseason. And crazy things happen every year, but there's definitively about 6 teams that have no shot of making the postseason. There's about 24 teams that are solidly in play to make the playoffs. And if the Diamondbacks from a couple of years ago and the Rangers taught us anything, all you got to do is get in. So why the hell wouldn't the All-Stars from those teams try? Okay? I think it's stupid that we treat the All-Star game like an exhibition, like it matters for nothing, and the game stinks. Hey, if I'm going to watch a snooze fest yesterday with no offense, at least make it count for something. At least put the stakes on the line. And, as somebody that loves the Yankees, the American League would have had home field advantage. Yanks would have had Game 7 at World Series. Instead, the Dodgers are going to win 118 freaking games, and they're going to have a home field advantage in the World Series again. So I think it's stupid that they took away home field advantage, getting granted to the winner of the All-Star game. Bring it back. Bring it back.
So this might come as a shock to you, but I disagree with you, but only in part. I agree that it would be fun to watch it again and have it count for a home field advantage. I'm fine with that. Where I disagree with you on is the teams with the players that on teams that aren't, involved in the playoffs, blah, 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 blah. And I'm not talking about not the nonsense of this year, going on in the American League where every team is still eligible for the playoffs right now, right? I'm talking about not every team should have a representative. If you're going to do it that way and you're going to bring it back so that the league who wins it gets home field advantage in the World Series, I'm sorry, but there are some teams that shouldn't be having all-stars. There just are. There are some really bad teams out there that have one guy who goes from that team and they're an all-star. And then the second thing that you have to do, if you're going to do this, not only does not every team need to be represented, but the fans have to stop voting for the all-stars. The fans absolutely 110% have to stop voting for the all-stars.
I'd be on board with that. But how does the NBA determine who's an all-star? Just the league office picks?
I believe it's a mix. I'm pretty sure. I know the NFL is a vote amongst players and coaches, if I'm not mistaken. But
let's see. NBA determines its all-stars through a hybrid system of voting and coaching selections, dividing the players evenly between the Eastern and Western Conference. Yeah. I mean, again, you mentioned it. Alejandro Kirk was an all-star this year. That was an absolute joke. He didn't even get into the game, though, right?
No, he did not get into the game. I don't even think he went to the game, to be honest with you. I think he
didn't go to the game?
And yeah, I think he and Vladdy both sat out. They didn't go to the game. Which is another reason why it's a joke.
You're Alejandro Kirk. Why would you not go to the game?
I don't
he's
know.
got a fractured left
maybe
thumb.
dealing with the injuries and stuff that he's got. I mean, it's insane that it was even there, but that's the whole point. You can't have guys like that going to the All-Star game. We watched the All-Star game yesterday where the National League, and I know you didn't get to see much of it because we're on the air and I have it on in the background here. But after the reserves came in for the National League and you had the outfield of PCA, of Corbin Carroll, and I'm forgetting the left fielder's name off the top of my head, but it was a better outfield than the starting crew was because the fans voted for the starters. It drives me absolutely insane. The better team was not on the field for the National League because of the voting. It's just dumb.
Jordan Walker.
And that has to go away. If you're going to do this, what's that?
Jordan Walker was the other left fielder, right?
No, it was
Soto started and left.
Yes, but there was somebody else. I can't remember.
James Wood?
Wood. There you go. Wood. It was Wood, Carroll, and PCA. That's a hell of a damn outfield. And it's a better outfield than the starting outfield was. That's the other thing. Do you think that Juan Soto, do you think that any Met deserved to be at the All-Star game this year?
I mean, Soto, yes. It's not just a popularity contest. I mean, despite the Mets being god-awful, Soto is still having a great year. I mean, he's hitting .290 with 21 and 51.
Okay.
I'm not saying he's like an MVP finalist. His OPS is near 1,000. Yeah, he deserved to be an All-Star for sure.
Okay. I mean, I'll give you that. There's just certain guys that I just don't believe deserve to be at the All-Star game. There's certain teams that shouldn't have representatives. Like there are teams out there that are just not good enough, and players out there not good enough to just have a representative. We've had years where teams that have been god awful with no numbers, but they have to have a representative, so somebody has to go.
Okay, so let's say that we take away fan voting and we do what the NBA does. It's a hybrid mix of voting and coaching selections. Would you want to then grant home field advantage in the World Series to the winning team again?
Oh, absolutely. I'm fine with that again. It just can't be. It can't be every team is represented, and it can't be fans voting. It just can't be.
Okay. Monty says, our VP Monty in the show chat says, I want the All-Star game to mean more, but I think home field advantage for the World Series is too much. Maybe they could take an NBA style approach and just give guys money. No. Well, because it's not like a lack of effort. Like not like pitchers are going on the mound throwing 7-8 mile an hour epheses. Not like guys are striking out on purpose. You don't need to incentivize them to try more. I think you just needed.
Yeah.
You need to incentivize them to try more by saying, here's home field advantage for the World Series. Not, hey, here's $500,000. Like, it's not like they're not trying. I want the game to mean more. I don't think the players need it to mean. I want it to mean more. All right. We'll get back to hot or cold in a bit. I want to get. Go ahead, Combs. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say I'm with you. I just think that it does need to mean more, and I'm okay. Again, I'm okay if it doesn't, but you just got to change the format in which you create all-stars, especially since these goes on guys' career achievements. This is what we talk about for Hall of Fame. This is what we talk about when we talk about how great a player is. All-star appearances matter, at least they used to, and it's been watered down as of late.
Yeah. All right. So we have two text messages I want to get to. One is from my friend, one of my best friends, Mark, because last segment I was talking about how I feel like if you're picking a team to root for in the World Cup final and you don't really have a dog in the fight and you're like, oh, I don't know who I should root for, Argentina or Spain. I was like, I feel like nobody really hates Messi. I feel like he's universally loved. My best friend, Mark, he's a big Ronaldo fan. He goes, both me and my roommate, Bob, hate Messi. So there you go. Actually, you have some people that hate Messi. So, and shout out Mark. He's listening and watching to the show. And then here's the other text that I mentioned that I was going to read it, and I think I'm just going to read it and take it into break because I'm not sure what to do with it. I know where it's coming from. This is from yesterday's show where we were talking about how can we make the All-Star game for other sports better. And just like the home run derby, can we save the slam dunk contest? So here is a text from, and there's no name on it, which makes it even better. It's just, actually, no, there is a name on it. It's from John in Arizona. John in Arizona texts in, I want to say baseball did great. All-Star game. Yesterday's. How do others make a new impact? NFL, 1 week show. Who's the master chef? NBA, who's the best idol or dancer? I saw a player did magic years ago. Love you guys. John? What do we? I don't even know what to say to that. I don't even know what to say to that. Maybe there's one sound. There's one drop that we could play in response to this. If our guy Lee has it ready. Go ahead, Lee. Give us the answer for John in Arizona.
Stay off the weed.
John, we love you, man. I don't know what the hell you said. He literally just texted in again. Don't think we need flag football or a 170-point basketball game, but throw a party. There you go. John in Arizona's got the solution. Throw a party. I'm down. 310-840-4910. We'll get to some more hot or cold when we come back. I will preview the Open Championship. I'll give you my picks, my predictions as it starts tomorrow across the pond, bright and early. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Spain, thus far, in 7 games, have conceded 1 goal. Just one. Just one. And it's not like they are shutting out curtain-jerking jabroni countries here. Cape Verde didn't score against them. And you might think, well, Cape Verde like almost beat Argentina or almost took Argentina to penalties and drew Uruguay 2-2. Cape Verde couldn't sniff a goal against Spain. Saudi Arabia doesn't score against Spain. Okay, we can say Saudi Arabia, kind of a curtain-jerking jabroni soccer country. I understand. Uruguay, desperate in its final game to get out of the group stage, no goals against Spain. Then in the knockout round, Austria scored goals in the group stage, right? Shut out, 3-0. Then Portugal, with all its attacking talent fronted by Cristiano Ronaldo, clean sheet, shut out by Spain. The only team that has scored on Spain is Belgium, which if you're American, and I think the vast majority of the audience is, probably makes you feel a little better about the way that game went, right, with Belgium and the United States. Belgium gave Spain the best game Spain has had in the World Cup. Makes you feel a little bit better if you're an American soccer fan. And then the piece de resistance, the cherry on top of the sundae, France, 0 goals yesterday. If Spain win to 0 on Sunday, which you have to think is the most likely outcome, right? Whether it's England or Argentina, Spain's probably going to win the game 1-0. Like, that's the most likely, in my estimation, the most likely outcome. We can say that 2026 Spain, the reigning European champions, Spain, are the 1985 Chicago Bears, the 2000 Baltimore Ravens. This is the Legion of Boom Seattle Seahawks. This is one of the great defenses, if not the greatest defense in the history of international football, of international soccer. Like, that's how good this is. Not an exaggeration, not an overstatement, not hyperbole. The numbers show it, and the eye test show it. This is like the opposite of Jaylen Brown. Like, you watch Jaylen Brown, and he's great. And then the numbers tell you he sucks, and you think, well, how could this be possible? This is the opposite of that. This is, you watch Spain play, and you think, oh my God, this defense is impenetrable. And then you look at the numbers, and the numbers tell you the same thing. So this is just, it's unbelievable what Spain have been able to accomplish. There is a bull case to be made on the Giants, and the case is, threefold. One, it's really twofold. You can make a case it's threefold. One, John Harbaugh instills a level of competency that has not been seen for a long time. That's their bet. Two, Jackson Dart takes the leap, capital T, capital L. Can definitely happen. Can also not happen, but it could. And three, like Malik Neighbors is good to go, and the Dart to Neighbors connection becomes the linchpin of this Giants offense. You take Neighbors out of the equation. It hurts Dart. It hurts the entire team. And I kind of believe right now, and it's only July 15th, so there's a lot of time for this to get sorted out. It feels like at the moment, there's a little too much optimism around the Giants. Because again, without Neighbors, how the hell are they moving the football? With Matt Nagy calling the plays.
late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text. 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. We're going to talk the 154th Open Championship, which begins in just hours. And that's why I was like flabbergasted. I'm going to give you my preview, give you my prediction as to who's going to win it. It's not going to be Scotty Scheffler. I'm going long shot, baby. I'm going long shot on who's going to win the Open. But I was looking at it. I was like, these tee times aren't right. And then I remember not only is it 5 hours ahead in England, but they also, start most of these tee times at the butt crack of dawn. And so the first group to tee off, 1:35 a.m. Eastern time. That's 3 hours from now. I might stay up all night. Just kidding. I'm not going to. I like golf. I don't like golf that much. No thanks. Let me actually see. When is Scotty teeing off? Because if that is early enough, I guess, aka late enough, I will watch that. 10:04 a.m. Perfect. Oh, and Scotty's with Tyrrell Hatton and Bryson. Yo, some of these groups are incredible. That is all right. My morning is set. Although, actually, I was going to play tennis tomorrow morning. Damn. Well, anyway. 10:04 a.m. Eastern time. Scotty Scheffler, Tyrrell Hatton, Bryson. Is that the second round? Oh, damn it. That's the second round. I'm an idiot. All right. So Scotty is with Tyrrell Hatton and Bryson DeChambeau, but he tees off at 4:58 a.m. Eastern time. Sorry, Scotty. I'll catch the last couple holes. I probably catch the last 6 or 7 holes. Jordan Spieth, Tommy Fleetwood, John Rahm, banger of a group, 5:09 a.m. Eastern. Let's see some of these other groups here. Colin Morikawa, JJ Spawn, the U.S. Open champion from 2 years ago, and Nikolai Hogard, 9:42 a.m. Eastern. There you go. Shane Lowry, Aaron Ryan, Brooks Koepka, 9:53 a.m. Eastern. Oh, how about this? Here's the group of the day. And whether you're on the West Coast or you're on East Coast, anywhere in the United States or North America, this is perfect. 10:15 a.m. Eastern time. Rory, Xander Schauffele, Matt Fitzpatrick, who's the third shortest odds to win the tournament. There you go. There's your morning. There's your morning plans, baby. Who said we need the World Cup every day? Wimbledon's over. World Cup's only got one game left. There's my morning. Rory, Xander Schauffele, Matty Fitzpatrick. Hell yeah. All right, so we'll talk a little bit more of the Open. I'll give you a prediction, my picks, who I think is going to win it in the final segment. But let's get back to your calls and your texts. 310-840-4910. Ryan's in Ontario next up on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Ryan?
Hey, Pat. Thanks for taking my call. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing good, brother. How are you?
Pretty good, thanks. I just want to give a shout-out to John Snyder and Ernie Clement. He got the most votes, and he beat Shohei Ohtani. So, and I told Lee, the producer, you guys are beauties. I won't hug you. Just shout-out to John Snyder and the Blue Jays.
Ryan, appreciate the
Cheers,
call,
bud,
man.
bye.
You're a beauty. And, it's funny because I played a summer of baseball going into my senior year in college in the Northwoods League. And I was on the only team in Canada, in Thunder Bay, in Ontario. And that is where I learned the term, you're a beauty. And the Canadians say that all the time. And I said it all summer, and then I said it for like the next year and a half. I couldn't stop saying it. You're a beauty. You're a beauty. I don't have the Canadian accent, which makes it 10 times better, but yeah, appreciate the call, Ryan. Is that true, by the way? Ernie Clement got the most votes out of anybody? Yeah, Ernie Clement received the most fan votes of any player in the American League during the All-Star voting, accumulating 3,232,000 plus votes. He got more votes than Yordan Alvarez and Aaron Judge. Wow. Now, did he get more votes than Shohei? Because that says the American League. Let's see who got most votes in the election. No, thank you. Don't want to see that. Don't care to talk about that. Los Angeles Dodgers Shohei Ohtani led all players with 3.3 million votes. So actually, he did get more than Ernie Clement. Sorry, Ryan. Sorry to burst your bubble. Shohei got about 100,000 more votes than Ernie Clement. But that is incredible. Ernie Clement nearly got more votes than Shohei. I fell in love with, and as a Yankee fan, I hate him. I hate him. But I also, deep down, I was like, dude, this guy rakes. After the Blue Jays knocked the Yankees out, and then they were in the World Series, and Ernie Clement is hitting like 650 in the postseason, I was like, dude, this guy rakes. This guy's awesome. Ernie Clement is awesome. He's from Rochester, upstate New York. He's 30 years old, and like it's like baseball is so funny, man. This guy was 4th round draft pick, so it's not like he was 25th round, 30th round, undrafted, anything crazy like that. I mean, he had a great career at Virginia from what I remember, but also like didn't really cut it with Cleveland. They got rid of him. I think they traded him to Oakland. And then all of a sudden in 2023, in 30 games with the Blue Jays, he hit 380. And basically ever since that, he's been like a lifetime 270, 275 hitter. This year he's hitting 296. But what he did in the postseason last year, a 411 batting average in the entire postseason, 978 OPS, 9 ribbies. Incredible. Hell of a player. Wish the Yankees had him. And then, yeah, shout out John Snyder. So, Ryan, we appreciate the call. 310-840-4910. Let's see. I think we've got through all of our texts. We've got through all of our calls that are on the board. You can tweet me as well at PatBoyle44. Sorry, I'm a little bit more buttoned up about this. I was diving deep into some more stuff about the Open. Organized Vibes tweets in. Listening in Smoky, Rhode Island, dude. Go John Rahm. Yeah, that's the other thing. You know, Organized Vibes tweets in Smoky, Rhode Island. And normally, I don't know what that would mean unless you're high as a kite. But there was a wildfire outbreak. Wildfires expose millions to dangerous smoke. Perfect storm for really dry conditions. So another Canadian wildfire, which I feel like that's like never not going to be a part of our lives anymore. Wildfires on an annual basis, spreading smoke across the entire Northeast. I saw that the wildfire smoke map, dangerous air to breathe in. I mean, geez, orange haze over Brattleboro, Vermont today. I remember when, was that 2 years ago? When it hit New Jersey, New York City area really badly, the sky was literally orange for like hours. I remember I took a nap that day because I was filling in doing shows before I had my first show. And so I think I did the overnight show till 5 o'clock in the morning, local time, went to sleep. Sorry, my dog's having a nightmare. He's like going nuts over here. And so I woke up, it was, when I would do an overnight shift, I would wake up at like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I woke up and it was literally orange in my room, outside. I thought I was in the middle of an apocalypse and my roommates didn't tell me. I thought like I was going to look outside and there was going to be nukes flying through the air. I didn't know what the hell happened. And yeah, wildfire smoke. So that hit a bunch of the Northeast and the Midwest today. Really, really bad, I believe, in places like Wisconsin, Minnesota, and then the real Northeast, like again, Vermont got it real bad. So yeah, Smoky, Rhode Island. Yeah, I mean that is terrible. And I went for a run today, and it was 99 degrees in Philly today, where I live now for the last couple months. The real feel was 112. And and I'm sure that there was probably a little bit of wildfire smoke in the air. Man, I'm not a big runner, but so like when I go for a run, it'll be 3 or 4 miles. I don't think that's crazy. You know, there's people that like routinely run 6, 7 miles. I don't know how you do that. So I normally run 3 or 4 miles, and I was like, all right, it's hot as all hell today. Let me try to get 3 miles in before I watch the England-Argentina game. And it was brutal. I mean, there are some times you get that runner's high and you feel good, your legs feel good, and a 3-mile run or 4-mile run, it feels like it goes by in an instant. I ran 3 miles today, and way slower than I normally do. It was an 8:30 pace. I normally run at like an 8 or just under 8-minute mile pace. 8:30 pace. I felt like I was dying. I started seeing double at the end of it. And yeah, now that the wildfire smoke, I didn't realize this was a thing until after I got back and I looked at the temp. I was like, what is the real feel? And it said 112 and it said danger, unhealthy air to breathe from wildfire smoke. And I was like, oh yeah, well, that explains it. Probably just because the real feel was 112 and I was just sucking in straight hot ass humid air. But yeah, I got back from that run and I felt the Energizer Bunny in my temple banging on the drum. I was like, all right, let's hope I don't pass out here. 310-840-4910. All right, we'll finish up on the other side. I'll give you a quick little preview of the Open Championship, which starts tomorrow. Maybe we'll squeeze in one last hot or cold on the docket with producer Brandon Combs. And any of your final calls and texts. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
It was my very first total play of the year, and I bought it back in, I think, March, which was under 8.5, under 9 is what I bought it back then. I am not a believer in what's about to happen this season. I think that
he's going to get fired if they win 8 games, right?
I think he might get fired before they get to the 8 games. I'd have to go check his contract status and kind of check in with some of the talking heads you and I talk with that are on the beat report about what his contract situation is if Alabama will try to get out of it. But it's not. I think Kalen DeBoer stepped into a situation that most of us don't really see from the high level view, which is Alabama didn't really have an NIL program and they didn't really have any money when he got there, and there were a lot of kids taking a Saban discount, and that affects who you can grab in the portal. It affects the money that you have. Like we had to let Ryan Grubb go to the NFL. Now he's back calling plays, but then Ryan Williams, your star wide receiver, who should be as good as Jeremiah Smith, just absolutely disappears from the entire season. Is he going to show up this year? Other problems for Alabama. They didn't have a running game last year. They have less than the running game that they had last year going into this season without Jam Miller coming back. And so if you can't run the ball and you're reliant on a passer and you think Keelan Russell is going to save you, you need an offensive line to at least protect a little bit. So the defense isn't going to be as good. The offense doesn't have a running game still. And now, instead of Ty Simpson, we don't have a proven quarterback, and we're going into another quarterback battle with, a 5-star kid that doesn't have any experience, or Austin Mack, who's been in the Ryan Grubb program for 5-6 years and still can't get a start. So I'm really down on Alabama. And the schedule is, look, if you look at the teams on this schedule, right? First off, South Carolina, Lenore Sellers, they play they will put a bruising on you every week, no matter if you win
and
that
Sellers
game or not.
is an NFL quarterback also. Sellers is going to get drafted early next year.
Oh, if he played for Alabama, I wouldn't be having this conversation about an under. But Mississippi State is going to be improved. Georgia is where they are. Tennessee is improved. Texas A&M is going to be, same level. Like this schedule, and then we talk about November 7th against LSU. This schedule is brutal. It's nasty. So I don't want anything to do with Alabama. It's an under for me.
It literally put me to sleep last night. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game is the cure for insomnia. We've cracked it. If you're out there and you've got trouble falling asleep, if you're up, this is like should be like an infomercial. We need like the fine print on the screen underneath me. Some cheesy, like, let's do some remix of some song from the 70s. Like, gotta go to sleep. I'm really tired tonight. Like, this is it. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game could not be more boring. There's less than no juice. Like, there's a glass, and in the glass, there could be juice. In this glass, not only is there no juice, but there's dust at the bottom of it. And I don't understand, and I say this about many different broadcasts of many different events. Like, why can't it just be sports? Why can't we just do sports? Why do we need a concert in between multiple innings of the Midsummer Classic? What a joke. You know what the Midsummer Classic actually is? Me having a beer sitting outside when it's 75 degrees at 7:30 at night, when it's still light out. That's the Midsummer Classic. You know what the Midsummer Classic is? The first day of NFL training camp. That's the Midsummer Classic. Do you know what the Midsummer Classic is? NBA free agency. That's the Midsummer Classic. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game puts you to sleep. It's horrific. And people want to bash the Home Run Derby. The Home Run Derby, I mean, you can't compare these two events. You can't compare them. This is like Breaking Bad Season 1 versus the final season. One can put you to sleep. The other is a thrill ride. White knuckle. You're watching, you're entertained throughout. You can't compare them. It sucks.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome all back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Final couple of minutes here, and then my guys Linnell Willingham and Josh Graham coming up at the top of the hour for Westwood One Sports Night. Make sure you keep it right here for that. Last chance to get in your phone calls and your texts at 310-840-4910. You can hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. All right, two things. I want to give you just a quick prediction on the Open. Starts in just a couple of hours. And then we've got something very curious on LeBron James that I've got to get to. But really quickly, so Scotty's the defending champion. Although you look at the odds, like, again, odds in golf, never really great if you're going to put a couple bucks on something. But like Scotty Scheffler, normally find him for some tournaments, plus 300, plus 400. If not shorter. He's plus 680. He missed the cut at the Scottish Open last week. And so this is kind of a wide open field. And again, links golf is always very tough to predict. Last major of the year. Feels like anybody can win it. Scotty won it last year, but still. Rory, the second favorite in the odds. Matt Fitzpatrick, Tommy Fleetwood, a couple of chaps, a couple of Brits. More than 17-1. And then it's John Rahm and Xander Schauffele. Look, I give you a quick prediction, and it's not really rooted in somebody that's been playing well lately or that is, I mean, I guess you could call him a dark horse. I think this weekend is the one where the Swede finally gets the monkey off his back, finally wins his first major. Ludwig Åberg. That's my pick. Give me Åberg, the Swede, to win it. And I guess when I say finally get the monkey off his back, I mean, he's only been on the tour for like 3 years, but I'll just never forget when he exploded and when he nearly won the Masters in 2024. And I thought just the way he played that weekend, I was like, this guy's going to be a star. This guy's going to win major championships. And he's had a couple of top 10 finishes since, don't get me wrong. But he finished 7th at the Masters in last year. Best result at a major so far this year, tied for 4th at the PGA Championship. But he got cut. He missed the cut at the Open in 2024. He finished tied for 23rd last year. He missed the cut at the Scottish Open last week. I don't know. Sometimes it's just somebody's time. And he hasn't been waiting forever, like Rory was since his last major. It's It's not like the X-Man feels like he's due for a major just as much as anybody else. Spieth hasn't won one in God knows how long, but I don't know if I had to make a prediction based out of nothing other than, I don't know, gut feel. Give me Ludwig Oberg to win the Open plus 3,200, 32 to 1 with our friends at BetMGM. But I'm looking forward to waking up tomorrow and be knees deep in some golf. Royal Birkdale Golf Club has been often called the fairest test of golf in the Open Championship rotation. But apparently there is a lot, the firm and fast conditions. Apparently the greens are pretty damn dry. Temperatures have been really hot in Europe. So no rain either. It's going to play real fast. Really fast. So either way, looking forward to that final major of the year for golf. All right, really quickly. Somebody put on Twitter about an hour ago. Somebody pulled up to Steve Kerr on the highway, which I'm guessing is in L.A., or not L.A., excuse me, in California, whether it's in San Francisco or in L.A. or wherever. It's just they're driving easily. It's absolutely 100% Steve Kerr next to them. And the people in the car said, "We need to get LeBron, man." Steve Kerr responds, "Oh, we got him." And he goes, put that on Twitter. And they start laughing. Is Steve Kerr just trolling? Or would Steve Kerr be the kind of guy to actually just like give you the inside scoop of all inside scoops? Not only there's that, but Monty, our VP, was telling me, apparently, pardon the interruption, Wilbon and Kornheiser, they put out like on their podcast feed or whatever, Steph Curry on the stunning decision from LeBron James to join the Warriors, something like that. Things are getting weird. I'm not usually one to believe in that kind of stuff. But I do feel like we're getting a LeBron decision here in the coming days. And honestly, tomorrow feels like it might be the perfect day. Tonight was the ESPYs. So, I mean, why would that stop him? I don't know. Tomorrow there is the Open starts. There is a Mets-Phillies game. That's it. If there's something to announce, if LeBron's got a decision and he's got an announcement to make, tomorrow will be the day to do it. So keep an eye out. It might happen. All right, fun show. Shout out to producer Brandon Combs. Shout out to video producer Michael Montgomery. Monty, couple of studs as always. Our guy Lee in our Westwood One studios. Thanks to Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, Zach Kroll, and my co-host Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, right here at BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
What is the holdup? Like, you've got two teams that basically have to pause everything they're doing because the NBA doesn't have its ducks in a row here. Like, this is an embarrassment. Why can't they figure this out? And does it mean that Kawhi's going to get suspended? I don't know the answer to that question. It doesn't feel great, right? The fact that the trade's on pause right now. Who the hell knows? Is the trade going to get Like, not vetoed, but reneged? Is that what's going to happen here? And Kawhi's going to be back on the Clippers? And the Raptors are going to get their players back and get their picks back? Like, what's happening here? Like, does no one think this is embarrassing for the NBA, that this is dragged out this long? And that this is now going to impact potentially this season because something that came out before last season hasn't been figured out yet. Let's get it figured out by the end of the summer. Come on, man. Like, these are the kind of things, and I love the NBA, and you know I love the NBA. You can tell, right? I love talking about it. I love watching it. These are the kind of things when Adam Silver does and says, where you're just like, dude, are you in over your head? Are you running a tight ship here? September. Pablo Torre found out 10 months ago. The NBA hasn't found out yet. The NBA hasn't found out yet. We don't know if the Clippers lied. We don't know if Kawhi's lying. We don't know if this trade's going to go through. It's July 15th. Like, the season starts in a couple months. When are we going to know?